In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning and welcome to life in a new era. The return of the shock jock. We're back. The old dinosaurs have crawled out of the La Brea tar pits of history and have made their return to real media. That is a frightening thing I'm looking at right now.
I'm sorry.
We are not designed for the close-up.
I had to move the camera.
We weren't built that. We just were not built that way. We are.
I don't get a view.
And that, honestly, that's kind of the topic of today's show, at least the start of it. The return of the people who were not built for the video age. Welcome to the program. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Johnny is here today. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I am excited as all hell about today's show.
The prep sheet was awfully interesting.
I've added to that. There's so much more. Anthony Cumia made his return to broadcast radio, and let me be the first to say, on any program, since I'm the kind of the first one to come on. We're the morning guy. This is why you got to do a morning show. You know, all these people, Anthony talked about this on his show, how these podcast people are fucking terrible. I had one of our radio people tell me about Anthony coming back. They said, well, this is good for us.
Mm-hmm.
He said to me, he goes, this guy's got a worse record than you do. I said, it's always nice. When somebody...
Not a competition.
It's always nice when somebody who's a bigger piece of shit on paper than you are gets a radio gig. That's always nice. But, they do think that way.
Yeah.
They do think that way. They go, like, if a guy like that, who's done the things he has done on and off the air, can get back on, I guess we have nothing to worry about. That's kind of their attitude towards the whole thing is, you know what? It's always nice when someone else does something and someone looks back at you after looking at them and goes, you're not so bad.
Right? It's like one of those depressing, uplifting things. Like, hey, don't worry, you have a shot. ESPN just hired Michael Vick. Oh, yeah. Fuck. So it's like,
Right. You're just a guy, like you're a wide receiver who got caught, like, kicking his cat.
Right.
And everyone, like, canceled you. Like, there was a big Twitter mob or something. And then all of a sudden, Mike Vick will now be the lead analyst for FS1. And you're like, oh, shit. I think.
Realize what he did, right? Like, damn.
You were always afraid.
There's hope for me.
You were always afraid to dip your toe in the water, thinking you would burn your foot off. And then somebody else dips it in and they jump right in and it's cool. And you're like, oh, shit, I didn't know. Here we go. But Anthony, no, in all seriousness, Anthony returned to broadcast radio. He did a Sunday night show on WABC, AM 770, I believe, in New York City. It was funny because SP and I listened to it, and we tuned in beforehand, and this was kind of funny. The show before him is Sunday Sinatra, where they play kind of AM 1010 here in St. Cloud. They play like the old Sinatra Rat Pack stuff, those old standards or whatever they call them. And it's hosted by the one and only Joe Piscopo. Saturday Night Live Zone from the early 1980s. Joe Piscopo is hosting Bulliva's. It's sponsored by Bulliva's Sunday Sinatra. And then it goes from Piscopo into Anthony, which oddly is like fitting. Like that fits. Like it's kind of a throwback vibe, if you will.
So you're saying we go from old to old. I get you.
Yeah. And Anthony was on there and he came on. And immediately the first thing I said to SP is I looked over at her and I said, he belongs on radio. Kind of like us. Like, you know, he even mentioned it. He goes, doing the internet show, and this is what people who have never done a real show before don't understand, is we've always said, we're in exile.
Right.
Like, this is not where we want to be. This is not where we should be, whatever. We're doing a show. We're keeping our face out there. We're keeping our voice out there until that opportunity comes, knowing that in that industry, opportunity comes very rarely. I mean, Anthony Cumia was one of the biggest stars in radio. One of the biggest. I mean, one of the few guys left who could draw a crowd, you know, and that's why he's back. There are so few stars in the broadcasting business now that when you need something, and radio does need something, radio had it no competition for too long. Like even in the 2000s when podcasts were just starting out, they were never a threat.
I mean, what was the first thing that was kind of supposed to be a threat, but then turned out not to be? It was like satellite radio or whatever.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, radio is going to end with satellite radio. And then that pretty much went just straight to truckers and everyone else went,
yeah satellite's going to die before terrestrial radio does. I mean, satellite's got nothing left. So that didn't work. And then you had there were 5 podcasts that drew a dime. You had Corolla, Marin, Rogan, and some of the NPR. Well, NPR's regular radio, so you can't even really count those podcasts because that's an offshoot of regular radio. So you had 5 shows that made money. And then with super chats and stuff like that and, you know, direct fan funding, that kind of became the podcast model and still is the podcast model. I have always said, if you can get someone else to pay the bills for you, and all you do is show up and do a show, that's the preferable way to do it. You know,
certainly the most stress-free for doing the show.
It's the most stress-free for doing the show. They take care of all that stuff. You just show up and do your dumb little show. That's it. JMB says, how many people still listen to FM or even satellite? People who live exclusively on the internet hate hearing this, but it's over 90% of people listen to radio at least once a week. At least once a week.
Well, I'm definitely in the 10 then, because I get pissed whenever it comes on in the car. No, I want to use my phone for my own music, damn it.
I'll listen to sports talk stuff from time to time. It's hard to get good, Minnesota sports talk stuff nationally. They don't really give a shit about us. So I'll listen to sports talk once in a while, sometimes some news talk. But yeah, music,
And that's the other thing. Radio relied on drive time like music. Now it doesn't have that.
Yeah, radio's had a hard time adjusting because in the era of the shock jock, radio cut all those guys out because they were really expensive. Those personalities got really expensive. They were drawing a lot of ad revenue. Well, then the counter to that was all the people who would call the sponsors and call the FCC. And all of a sudden, the ad revenue they were drawing versus the fines and the threats they were facing started to balance out. So radio started to move away from that. You had Bubba killing a pig in a parking lot. You had all the Howard Stern fines. You had Opie and Anthony with the sex in the church. And then you had, I think the true death of the shock jock was probably Janet Jackson's tit in the Super Bowl. That was probably the end. Yeah, because then broadcasting changed all the fine structures and the FCC kind of clamped down after that. And that was it. And so they went to music and they could make money doing music. And you'd have your news guys and your old news guys would do news and that would make you enough money. Well, then the whole thing just got fractured. podcasts started becoming a little more profitable. And even though more people listen to the radio than listen to podcasts nowadays, that number has been, the gap's been narrowing over time. I think now it's like 60% of people listen to a podcast at least once a week, 90% radio. It used to be 98-20,
Well, radio always used to be originally, too, like you had to catch it when it was there or when it was a rerun. Like it was like a live TV deal. Like now everybody with podcasts especially, and even with radio shows, because most radio shows simulcast, so you can just check it out when you want to. So it makes them more of a, like you get the content you want on your time.
Well, and there's, people who've only done podcasts, they're a little jealous and bitter and they don't like to admit this, but there's a certain prestige that comes with being on radio or being on television because it's a professional company recognizing talent and putting that talent on and saying, we're going to spend money to do this. You got to remember, even us, all these podcasts, nobody's backing them with money. I mean, you got to get it straight from the fans. Nobody finds you worthy of being backed financially. And that's
the bar to access is remarkably low.
Right. Like, you just got to flip a switch.
Over it.
Yeah, you just got to flip a switch and see if people will throw a couple bucks at you, which, by the way, thank you, Mussolini Diff, for $2. Says you guys both have a face that does well for radio. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding.
That's not a compliment.
Yeah, so, no, it was great, and Anthony belongs on the radio, and he was so natural and so conversational, and it was so good. And it was so nice to see him away from the sludge that is podcasting, and it really does separate the men from the boys as to who can do this. Rusty Grammar in the chat saying it's your turn next. Literally just waiting for one of these old guys to take their claws out of the rock and just let go. And then once they're gone, we're next. And I'm excited about it. I'm pumped about it. And, we've got a lot of ideas. But hearing Anthony on WABC was it was awesome. It was great. And like I said, he just belongs there, and hopefully he can build something out of it. Hopefully they put him on drive time in New York. I don't know what you have to do. Well, I do know what you have to do, but we got to get all these AM signals, FM signals, because AM really does limit you in terms of your reach. And with music, like I said, music stations cannot be drawing dollars anymore. They can't be. There's no way. Who's like...
Not when your phone can pair with your car and we all have our music on our phone.
If you look at 7 years ago and you take a look at ratings 7 to 10 years ago and you see who's on top, it was all top 40. Top 40, top 40, top 40, top 40, all the big pop stations. You look now, those are all middle of the pack, and it's hot AC, classic rock, news talk, oldies. That's all it is. It's older people checking it out, and sports talk especially. That's what people want. They want personalities. We're in the day and age of the hot take, and if you have a hot take, that's what people want to hear. They don't want to hear a hot track. They want to hear a hot take. So awesome to hear Anthony back on regular radio again. Hopefully something big comes of it. It's just. I mean, his exile lasted, 10 years from radio, but from terrestrial radio, I think 15 years. It was I think in 2009, O&A was taken off of K-Rock in New York. So a 15-year break from terrestrial radio. I mean, shit, ours has only been 4. And for the last year and a half, we've been talking to people about coming back. So...
hopefully soon.
Like I said, you see me giddy today. I'm happy for Anthony. He's one of my biggest influences. I'm really happy for him, but it also means really good things for this show. So I'm not going to pretend it's not. A lot, believe me. I talked to the radio people. A lot of radio people were listening to Anthony's return to regular radio because it could be the start of bringing all those old shock jock war horses back. Because, like I said, radio has very few stars anymore.
I gotta wonder, how excited was Bubba for all this? Because he's still on the radio, right?
I can never tell. Every time I think he is, people say
he's
no.
On he's stuff, and he's not. He gets canceled from shit. I can't tell which things he's on.
I think he's still on some stations. I thought he had something called Florida Man Radio or something like that. I could be wrong. But like you said, who can keep track anymore? But I know Bubba interviewed Anthony, and it went really well, and Bubba was excited. And, yeah, Bubba's watching it the same way we are. You know? I mean, in the state of Minnesota, nobody had the shares that we did when we were on. And
no, nobody.
The numbers were insane. So, like, when Minnesota needs somebody, we're going to be this is the conversation. What do you think about the fucking steel toe guy? And then 90% of them go, Jesus Christ, a little too hot right now. And then the other 10% go, boy, it sure would draw a crowd, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what they're looking for. So it's, again, great, awesome. I listened to about 15, 20 minutes of it. Seemed good. Seemed like a good radio show. And that's something radio desperately needs. They need to get him out of that time slot, though, because I think it's Bulliva's Sunday Sinatra beforehand. Mm-hmm. And after him is like the Animal Well-Being Hour or something like that. It's not like you're looking to put on bang-up programming at 10 p.m. on a Sunday, but he's deserving of more than that time slot.
Maybe they thought they had to like wean him in or something. Like if he came in too hot or something, like because he's used to the internet where he can just be like, I'm sick of all these. Like, whoa, buddy, remember, we've got rules here.
He did say, he goes, that I do need to prove I can behave. And I know whenever I come back, I'm going to have to be on the same, I'll be on the same leash. And it's deserved. I mean, what are you going to do? Tell him no? You're not in a position to tell him no. They say behave.
They brought me back and they put me in fucking training wheels.
Yeah, I mean, why? Why, when we come back, are they going to have to put me on training wheels? Because I fucked up. And that's, you got to prove you can behave. I mean, it's not like the last year has done very well for the I promise Aaron can behave thing.
Why? What happened?
There was an outside chance in 2024, at the beginning of 2024. Let's just say there was a company whose mentioned start date was January 1st, 2025. Mm-hmm. And let's just say that got pushed back a little bit for not just for what happened in the last year, but also staffing and, nobody moved and, there's a plan and that plan didn't come to fruition. But yeah, the last year didn't exactly make people go, oh yeah, this guy's judgment has changed. This guy knows, where his bread is buttered and what's good and what's bad. He gets it. Not exactly.
He's a people person.
You can't exactly, when people are looking at you in that way, you can't exactly point to three other people and go, hey, they're way bigger pieces of shit than I am. Because they go, yeah, I know. I'm not looking at them. You're a piece of shit. Not as bad as them. It's like, yeah, and I wouldn't bring them aboard either. That's Mussolini Diff with $5 says, Aaron, you don't want to do radio only. I mean, you'll miss the daily affirmation of being called fat and gay. You don't remember the radio days? I got plenty of fat and gay back then too. Mostly because I phrased it that way. That won't go away. And when we go back, it won't be radio only. It'll be a multifaceted
simulcast.
Yeah, multi-exposure kind of a deal. So don't you worry your pretty little head. Don't you worry. All right, let's go 295. Oh, look at that. Thank you, guys. Thank you to Rao. And thank you to Chris with 20 and 15 respectively before today's show. Thank you, Mussolini Diff, for the 7. The number today, 295. 295. Thank you very much to everybody chipping in. Let's get down to 200 by 8 o'clock this morning. That doesn't seem like a very tall order. And we'll be on week number 5 of perfection. 5 perfect weeks. Every goal hit here on Steel Toe. No, Klopogram, they're aware of it. Like I said, the internet is not as important as it thinks it is. It can't be destroyed by that. No offense, buddy. I mean, It just doesn't have that kind of stroke. Don't get so, up your ass about the internet that you think it can do things. I can do things. You can do things. The internet can't really do things.
It's just a fancy chat service, really.
It really is.
It's a message board, my friend.
It's a message board. That's all. And it's the message board has always been around and always will be around. All right, off we go into the wild blue yonder, into what should be a great show today. Have you been, we're going to talk about this later, but have you been following any of the Amaranth stuff? I'm fascinated by this.
I just got into it actually yesterday because I saw your prep sheet that you sent me, and I saw the story about it. So I was it seems like she's pulling another hoax.
I think she's full of shit. I think she organized.
She's literally becoming the girl who cried kidnapped.
Yeah. Remember, she did the thing where her husband was beating her and her husband was stealing all her money. And then all of a sudden they're back together. Everything's fine. She got all her money like the next day, and she made tens of thousands of dollars off of it. Now she's trying to say she was robbed at gunpoint and pistol whipped and that her husband fired shots. And then I don't buy it. I'm watching the video. It looks like she just led these gunmen over to, I don't know, man. And then she did this stream where she tried to explain the thing, and the person who had been pistol whipped and beaten and everything else, not a scratch on her.
Yeah, she looked totally fine. You said pistol whipped. I'm like, I remember that video clip I saw a couple minutes of. Like, she looked fine.
Yeah. I don't buy it.
I literally think at some point she's going to get something like bad is going to happen, and I don't want it to. But something bad's going to happen to her, and it's going to be like, yeah, nobody believes you. You've lied too many times.
Yeah, I don't. It's just something's fishy about the Amaranth thing. BJ becoming a member for 15 months says Ant's first assignment, man on the street in Times Square. How about Anthony stays away from Times Square and no cameras, please?
We're going to make him wear a sandwich board.
Red Fox Mad becoming a member for 34 months. Says everyone hit subscribe, hit the thumbs up, and donate, gift a subscription. Let's effing go. Back to the radio we go. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Red Fox Mad.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it. And he's right, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Yeah, Klopogram, you're being a little too washwoman about it. You're being a little too scared about it. You just give people a heads up. That's all. That's what we've done with all these, and they go, yeah, we don't care. You just give them a heads up. You go, yeah, this is the obsession. This is how great we are, and this is how obsessed people are. And they go, yeah, we'll let everybody know, and it'll be fine. You give them the heads up, and it turns out, Kloppo, nobody fucking cares. That's the thing I try to impress upon everyone, and they hate me for it, and they don't like it because I speak truth to them. Outside of your bubble, nobody gives a shit about the internet. Like, nobody. They're like, what if they call? They've been calling for 10 years. You understand.
More than that, even. Stations used to get cranky anchors and all other shit.
No, I'm talking about,
radio's been here before the internet.
I'm talking about me.
Oh.
They've been doing this for 10 years. They've been doing this since I was in Litchfield. It's just, people don't care. It's not, again, no offense. I hate to come off as smug and arrogant or whatever, but I do know. I'm experienced in this. People don't care. And again, I know it hurts the feelings because, everyone was given their Warhol 15 minutes of fame by having an internet chat account. People don't care about it.
But I made a clip video where he said he was a piece of shit. Like, yeah, that nobody really gives a fuck.
They really don't care.
I didn't watch it. I'm sorry.
Let's go to the news about a friend of the show. There's another thing that people don't like. Friend of the show, Keanu C. Thompson. Did you see the news involving Keanu this weekend?
No, what happened with her?
Back in the New York Post again. Goddamn, I was texting with Gino and Keanu this weekend, and I was like, every 5 months or so, Keanu is in the New York Post, and the most family-friendly thing she's been in the New York Post for in the last year and a half is, taking her clothes off at the airport. That's the most family-friendly thing that Keanu has been in the New York Post for. There was the shooting.
Yep.
We remember her getting shot at.
She was live on air while that happened.
She was on the air and a shooting happened. Then there was, I think first, her and Chrissy were not allowed on a plane because of the way they were dressed.
Because of their dressing, yeah. The way they were dressed.
The way they looked. And now Keanu's back in the New York Post. Do you remember that comedian who dressed up as Trump and trolled Alec Baldwin in the streets of New York a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, I remember that guy. She had some not so nice things to say about him.
Well, we were talking about it on this show, and somebody can dig it up. I never thought to clip it because I didn't think it would end up being this huge story. I said when we were watching on the show, I'm like, there's something off about this guy. I'm like, there's something creepy about him. Like, yeah, I guess it's kind of funny that he's going up to Alec Baldwin like this, and he's trolling him and saying you murdered that woman, Alec, blah blah blah. But then like there was all, and I criticized him. I'm like, there's this. I hate it when people know they aren't going to get hit, and they try to push to get hit.
Right.
Like, I hate that. That's such a phony thing to me, and I thought he was being kind of a phony. When he was, he was trying to taunt Alec Baldwin into doing something, knowing that with all those cameras on him, Alec wouldn't do anything. Yeah. And then Alec said something to the effect of, if these cameras weren't here, I'd kill you. Or something like that. I'd beat the shit out of you or something like that.
Right.
And this guy, then he kept taunting him. Because Alec accidentally gave the game away. He's not going to do anything. So Alec basically told him, I'm not going to do anything. So this guy just keeps poking at him. I'm like, this guy... Like, it's a funny bit, whatever, but he's kind of a worm. He's kind of a piece of shit. Well, you know how, like, they say a dog can smell evil on a person?
Yeah.
I feel like I can kind of smell evil. You know? Like, I can just kind of...
Recognize the scent, do you?
I don't know it at the time, but I'll say, like, there's something about this person. There's something. I don't know what it is specifically, but there's something. And then it turns out, here's the thing, and I go, that's the one. That's what I was talking about. That guy's a piece of shit. Well, Keanu came out. She came forward, and she said, this guy, not just abusive, beat the living shit out of me. Stomped on my wrist until he broke it, like it battered her. There's pictures all over online.
Yeah, I've seen some of the pictures.
Yeah, where her face is swollen and everything.
She looked like
else.
Amaranth claims she should be.
Right. In those pictures, yes, Johnny, Keanu looked like Amaranth is supposed to look. And, that's the thing is a lot of people, like they will when these abuse allegation things come up, especially when it's something like a Trump impersonator that people find funny. They don't want to believe that this guy that they clicked like on and they clicked share on did something horrible. But this person has proof. Like Keanu has proof that all this stuff happened. I know people, they bring up to Keanu the bullshit April said. April, no offense, God bless her. I hope she's doing great. But the April I knew when she got in trouble or her fat was in the fire or she was facing any kind of adversity, she'd make up shit about people to get shit off of her. She was very good at playing the victim to get out of something terrible she did. Keanu even recognized that. Keanu, we've all talked, and I think she said publicly, she's like, yeah, any stuff April was talking about from a long time ago, she's lying. Like, it's just April got herself in a situation. She got herself in trouble, and she only knew how to play victim to try and get out of it. So it was nice that people kind of saw through that shit. But this Keanu thing, there's proof. Like, there's evidence. Yeah. So, yes, do people lie about stuff like this, especially when things go bad, especially when they look bad, especially when there's a breakup or anything like that? Yes, absolutely. Men lie. Women lie. It happens. But Keanu has no reason to lie about this. I've seen people going, oh, fucking just because he's famous now, just because he went viral, she's coming. There's documentation. There's a charge. Like, there's a restraining order. There's all of this stuff. I mean, it's out there. There's photos. It happened. There's photos and documents, the whole deal. So this Trump impersonator guy who trolled Alec Baldwin, Keanu comes out because she's like, now wait. Think about this. Think about it for a minute. This guy it becomes famous, you have to see his face everywhere. And this guy stomped on your hand until he broke your wrist. I mean,
yeah, I wouldn't be happy about that.
You gotta say something at that point. I mean, this guy goes viral. He's everywhere. He's all over the place. You gotta say something. You know, you don't. If something really did happen, you don't. Marry him and then do a show with him and help raise a family. You certainly don't do that. That would be what a liar would do. They get really famous. And now you have to see their face everywhere. And so you have to come forward and say something. Otherwise, this guy, he's basically getting a free pass, and you know what he did. I'm sure Keanu sleeps a lot better saying something than she does.
You don't need to make it a crusade to end the guy's career, but you need to at least chime up once and be like, hey, for my 2 cents, this guy's a piece of shit.
Right, and she's not coming up like the Brian Callen horse shit and just saying something happened.
Mm-hmm.
She's not like, April or anyone else who just says something happened because, they didn't get their way. Like the, who's the Indian comic?
Who's
Aziz.
Yeah.
Aziz Ansari. Some girl had a bad time with him and it didn't go the way she wanted. So she Me Too'd him. And then you get the whole story and you go, well, wait a minute. That's not a Me Too. It's just.
The guy was cruising and you gave signals and it turned out that's the worst part is like, oh, I know if I play into this, I get a relationship. Like, that's not how the deal works. You don't get to just decide those things. And then if someone changes their mind later, they go, oh, wait a minute. Now I decided I wasn't getting the deal I wanted. So now I'm revoking whatever permissions or go signals I gave you before. I can't go back and take back my actions. You can't take back it's weird.
Yeah. With this one, she didn't come out to break this guy or end this guy. She just released all the stuff and said, by the way, this guy you're worshiping,
just so you know,
this guy you think
the
is
person
great,
you're obsessed with.
Here you go. The Donald Trump impersonating comedian who went viral last week for taunting Alec Baldwin abused his ex-girlfriend, breaking her wrist in a jealous rage when another male comic texted her, court records show. And he allegedly attacked another ex under eerily similar circumstances. So now we got a corroborating thing going on here.
Oh, boy, a pattern.
Comedian Jason Scup. I don't know how to pronounce that name.
Oh, dear Lord.
That's got to be
Now I know why he dressed like Donald Trump. I wouldn't show up with that face either.
He looks like a lesbian.
Yeah.
He does. He looks like that chick from Garfunkel and Oates.
Oh no, he looks like her Downsy sister.
It does look like a gay lady though.
Yeah,
we can argue.
Strangely effeminate with the chubby cheeks.
We can quibble over which effeminate lesbian he looks like, but he looks like an effeminate lesbian.
I gotta say, I'm looking at a couple of features on this photo, hair, nose, and things, and I'm just huh.
And then
how's that last name spelt again?
He's a Slavic motherfucker. Got some cinnamon rolls in the background. He likes his tasty treats, of course. No, he looks like a bitch.
I don't mean to be rude or disrespectful to Keanu Thompson.
You better fucking be careful.
Why did she get with this guy in the first place? Like, what did he do to her?
He's funny. He's a comedian.
I have doubts.
The guys can be funny, and girls like that.
Nobody's that funny. Look, he's that funny, and he's undiscovered.
He didn't stomp on her wrist as like a how do you do? He didn't.
I'm not even talking about that part. I'm talking about what I'm looking at right now. I'm saying there's a certain level of, I wouldn't approach that. Just in that face.
Well, all that says is that Keanu's not a shallow person and that she looks more than skin deep. I mean, look at Gino.
Yeah, mock it all you want, but guess who's not in this?
Gino's disgusting. Gino is what they call a poor man's Jason Moustakis, whatever the fuck his name is. It's funny. SP and I were watching Dirty Grandpa again, and every time that Pam character comes on, we go, Jesus Christ, it's Gino. Like it's the same guy, personality and everything. But Keanu likes him, a little more, shall we say, unconventional looking and humorous. That's what she likes. And And she found in Gino a man who's unconventional looking and humorous who won't stomp on her wrist until it breaks.
The perfect package.
Yeah. The most Gino will do is say, "To the moon, Keanu," and that's only because he was alive when the Honeymooners was on. That's the worst Gino's going to do. Comedian Jason Scoop, 33, known professionally as Jason Scoop. Yeah, I would use that too. Pled guilty in Manhattan criminal court in December 2021 to domestic violence charges involved. So, I mean, this isn't someone coming out and saying something happened and now it's a he said, she said, which would be criticizable.
No.
This is, it's documented, it's proven. The pair dated for 2 years until February 7th, 2021, when allegedly snapped after his girlfriend received a text from a male comedian. It was said in the phone to be a G. Bisconti. Authorities are still trying to figure out who that is. Screamed at her, spit on her, and stomped on her right wrist until it broke. Oof. Thompson, also a comedian, reported to the police on April 13th, 2 months after the incident. She was granted an order of protection. He's a violent, abusive monster, Thompson said. He's disturbed and deranged and gets off on hitting women. Yeah, and like if you're Donald Trump, you certainly want to find a way to ban this guy legally from impersonating you.
Oh, yeah.
And if I may, the impression, not that great. I think I said that too during the Alec Baldwin thing. I'm like, it's not the best Trump impression ever.
It was all right. It just the whole bit went on way, way too long. And then like the impression got worse as it went on, so it just didn't work out. Like,
yeah.
It just,
Oh yeah, there's the face after he slapped her. Yeah, she definitely looks worse than Amaranth.
Yeah.
Amaranth got quote unquote. Do you know what pistol whipping does to your face?
It should almost technically fracture some bones because like that's a hard thing.
You should look like, you know when like old people bump into a counter and their hip is like purple for a month? Like the whole hip just turns purple. That's what your face looks like after you get pistol whipped. So this is Keanu. This is just getting slapped. This is getting smacked.
Yeah, I really don't believe anything that happened to Amaranth.
Yeah. I mean, it's, people have this thing where they go, believe all women or all women are lying whores or this or that. It's neither of those things. It's individuals are individuals. Judge each thing on its individual merit. Don't get yourself caught up in these teams or these causes. Look at things the way they are. Your brain, like, we all have good instincts, at least I believe we do, on what's true and what's not. If you hear some shit and then somebody else says some shit, you can generally you can be guaranteed that it's somewhere in the middle. Like everybody's lying a little bit. But like if you got pictures and you got video and you got all this other shit, that's hard to argue with.
It certainly doesn't help your case when you have none of those except for a bad impersonation.
Right, exactly. So it's Keanu, I was texting the two of them this weekend, and I'm just like, could you guys make the news for something that's not horrific? Like a shooting. Like I said, taking your clothes off at the airport is the most family-friendly thing she's been in the New York Post for.
At least she's not going to attract an audience that'll be offset to her comedy. If you found her through the New York Post, you know what you're in for.
Yeah, at least you won't be like, hey, I thought you were going to be a safe
I thought this was going to be wholesome and no, this is going to be comedy. And prepare to laugh.
Right? Yeah. No, it's pretty wild,
Well, speaking of wild, the reason I've been missing all this stuff is because I've been fixated on the Johnny Somali news.
Oh, what's
His
the
trial
latest?
was last Friday.
What? Oh, really? Yeah. What happened with old Johnny Somali?
He got shit-faced on a stream the night before his trial. He showed up to court drunk as F in his friend's white suit, which was oversized, and a Make America Great Again hat. and I think pled guilty and is doing some jail time. Legal Mindset's been getting props all over both regular media and the internet. For
so
everything.
he's the guy on this one. He's the point man.
Legal Mindset and A to Z or a Tozy are the I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. Are kind of the big two. But yeah,
wait
Legal
a
Mindset's
minute. The current year guy?
A to Z?
Yeah, the guy was like, "Quit current yearing us."
No. That's I don't know what that's what.
I thought that guy was named
Tozy.
A to Z.
Yeah, no. This one's A-T-O-Z-Y, a Tozy or A-T-Z.
Oh, okay.
The one
Okay.
that wears the baseball cap and the glasses is like, all right, so I'm going to break this down for you. This is what Johnny Somali did, and he's making an ass of himself. And he
Wait,
makes
so
like
Bill,
little videos.
so Bill Maher's covering the Johnny Somali?
Kind of, yeah. Bill Maher without the shtick up his ass.
Okay, look.
New rule. Okay.
Johnny Somali is an asshole. Okay. So we got Legal Mindset. So he's like the guy on Johnny Somali.
Legal Mindset's the big one, yeah.
So Johnny Somali's going to jail?
It seems like it. Seems like jail's part of it.
Oh, shit. Video. Johnny Somali talks tough but runs from tiny European girl. Johnny Somali's court fail. New criminal.
That should be it.
God damn, man.
He had like a breakdown of the whole thing. That
Now,
came out,
a lot of people are getting this confused today. So I want to make sure I'm very accurate for you guys because this is confusing. So if you are confused about what went down and what happened, pay very close attention to what I'm going to say today.
Okay.
Because this is very, the details and the procedure is important. And what is going to screw Johnny.
Uh-oh, you ready for this? You're done. You're finished. It's over with for you. It's curtains, Johnny.
It's curtains, Johnny.
Is that he has no idea about the procedure. We're going to explain it today on this stream because he's been talking all sort of smack like he knows what's going to happen. In fact, this is a great one. I'm going to play this clip. He said he was going to go to court and plead insanity.
Okay. That's the funniest thing is when people watch an episode of Law and Order.
And they think they know how law works?
Or like they watched Training Day and they're like, all I got to do is pack a bunch of peanut butter in my ass crack. And then I'll be able to plead insanity. And they'll be like,
yeah, that'll
no,
work.
They'll watch you do that. And they'll be like, oh, man, that guy's eating shit off his fingers. All right, well, anyway, the judge is here. Let's get underway. Like they don't go like, oh, he's insane. You know, off you go. You don't walk into a courtroom, lick shit off your fingers, and they go, oh, well, a couple months in the funny farm.
Send him to the funny farm.
Yeah. It's not how it works, you guys.
I'm not making this up. Let me pull this up here real quick, right? Yeah, so he said he was going to go.
By the way, tell me, please. I'm just going to go ahead and risk cancellation on this one. You know the stats we've read on like inbreeding in certain parts of the world?
Yep.
And like in certain cultures, like first cousin marriage, first cousin mating. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Really?
I know.
There's something going like there are times, I'm not saying I feel bad for Johnny Somali, but it's very clear his brain doesn't work right. Like it's very clear there's something wrong there that like it's not bad upbringing. It's not life experience. It's just his engine, like intellectual engine is redlined. It's giving as much RPM, as much output as it can possibly give. And this is the best result.
Look, we got a defective model. We can't fix it. You just have to send it. You have to send it back.
Yeah. Like I don't think there's a world in which like, oh man, why can't he just be a normal guy? He's like, just look at his face. Like sometimes you can read a book by looking at the cover and there's some shoddy clockwork and circuitry going on in there. And it's from things outside of his control is all. Am I doing a good job of saying it without saying it?
Yeah, you are.
At some point in his family tree, cousins were sitting on a branch fucking in it. That's what I'm saying.
Look at this. This is from his drunk stream. He said he was going to make a plea of insanity. Let's watch this.
When I go to the judge tomorrow and say, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm mentally ill.
By the way, he was drunk, and I believe he made a comment that he might have been high/on pills. So this is, by the way, all this is going to be saved. I have all of this. It's going to the prosecution. Don't worry, guys.
I don't know what's going on. I have a bipolar disorder. And what may I do? I left my medication in America. I don't know what's happening, Your Honor. Please.
Yeah, I don't look. This isn't, Los Angeles. This isn't San Francisco. I don't think Japan gives a fuck.
Is he? I thought this is in Korea.
Korea, that's what it is. You're right. Korea.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
But yeah, I don't even know if you get to testify for all of that. Plus, the stupidest thing about this is he doesn't realize all of these streams he does. If this video gets back to the prosecution, they use it. And in South Korea, he's made such an ass of himself. You can guarantee if he does anything on the internet, the prosecution will know about it. So this went to them too. None of this helps him.
No.
Please help me. I am a psychopath. I plead mentally insane.
First of all, I know people want to shit on this and everything else, but I do want to say one thing quick in his defense. He ain't lying. He's not telling untruths, if you will. He is a naturally hateable guy.
Oh, yeah.
He's very naturally hateable.
And they say, okay, go home with a fine of $500. What is this gonna say?
Well, I think I'm that ninja he was talking about because he was just...
There's a very universal principle when it comes to things like this. And you can bet your bottom dollar that it's going to be true in one situation or another situation. And I don't care what the extenuating circumstances are. They will always be the same. And that rule is shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Shut the fuck up and the best possible outcome will happen. If you talk a lot, you're putting that best possible outcome in jeopardy every single goddamn time. You're dumb. You don't know anything. Every question I've ever had about the process, I've asked a professional, a very, very well-experienced professional. And when they explain it to you, you go, oh, okay, I didn't know that. You don't go, are you sure? Because one time Sam Waterston was doing a cross-examination and he said, those are
Look,
TV.
guys, I watched all the seasons of Law and Order and SVU, and I took notes. You can't best me. No, that's not how it works.
Those are TV shows created for dramatic effect for people to watch. Jesus fucking Christ.
just like he was pretty much coping and seething and targeting me his whole stream last night. What I'm going to say is that didn't happen, Johnny. You're stuck here. You don't even have your next trial date to even plead guilty or whatever the hell else you want to do. You don't even have that for another month. And then it's going to be way longer until this trial is over, even if you plead guilty.
Wait, so if you plead guilty in Korea, you still have to go through
I guess.
like a process? Yeah, that's my thing. That's why I never really jumped into the Johnny Somali thing, because we're way into it, and I'd have to do way too much catching up. But
right? He's committed long story short, he's committed so many crimes at this point. He's got like 4 or 5 different individual charges that have to be brought up individually. On him. And pretty much he's already got some jail time. We might not see him for a while. I would personally like that. I would consider it just so entertaining if we in America like depersoned him. We're like, you know what? He's not American anymore. He's not ours.
Johnny Somali basically has a diamond-tipped shovel and will not stop digging into the ground with it.
Nope. Right. And there's probably a whole bunch of people in a South Korean prison that are excited to meet him.
Boy, what a role reversal from the United States that'll be.
I know.
Black guy goes into prison and he has... Well, never mind. Honky with $2 says, so that explains Keanu's shitty Southern accent like an aristocrat. We'll see, we're making domestic abuse.
We're making jokes.
Stomping on our hand jokes. We're the highbrow sort. We're the highbrow sort, I guess. McBuster says, so his legal mindset, what the Ice Poseidon says or not, who cares about Johnny Somali? See, now this is what I mean. I'm jumping into this thing way too late.
Mm-hmm.
That Ice Poseidon guy has always given me the creeps. So if he's involved in this Johnny Somali stuff or anything like that, no thanks. No thanks. That whole thing just kind of missed me. I never watched any of the Johnny Depp stuff. The legal stuff I never got into. I was never a fan of. Wait, hold on. Let me take a break. Jokes. Aaron, you never got into LawTube, huh? Well, you certainly got to. We don't worry about what I got into. Thank you very much. Snowcat Tish says charges keep piling on him. His next trial is for a deep fake porn he made, and that's a sex crime in Korea. He's fucked. All that AI deep fake stuff is going to become a crime everywhere someday. All of that stuff. It's just, all they're going to do is make it like likeness. They're just going to make likeness laws because the technology will be such that they'll have to catch up, and all of that shit will be likeness based.
Yep. And then the people that own the likenesses won't be the people that they actually are. And it'll be like the music industry. Like, congratulations, we own your masters. But that's a picture of me. Right.
McBuster says, I always preferred Legal Mindset over Baldo, but if he's he's not. That's just something people are saying because he moved to Asia. Every time someone moves to Asia, a white guy moves to Asia, they're like, what'd you do that for? To go have sex with kids? Ugh. It's just so immature. Like, what's the guy? I think it was Legal Mindset. He moved to, like, Korea or Thailand or something like that. And people are like, I probably do that. No. Yeah, I don't think that's I haven't
honestly, if you can speak the language and you can do anything teaching in English or whatever, you could pay shit tons of good money over there.
Yeah, Corey had a friend who lived in China and taught English in China and made a shitload of money.
Fucking bank.
Doing that. 295 is the number for today. Thank you guys very much for throwing in a few bucks. Let's have ourselves a fifth straight great week. It has been awesome doing this first hour without the money thing. That's been great. So keep throwing in. It was basically Michael and, Chris and Rao who brought you guys that first hour. Let's get $100 in this next hour and 10 minutes. Get under $200, and we'll still be on track for a perfect Monday, and money will not be an issue here on the toe. Hey, speaking of things that happen in movies, I watched one this weekend. I found out SP was not a fan of it. She didn't think it was very good. And I would definitely rate it solid. I thought it would, I don't know if I'd watch it again, but I'd recommend other people, if they got some time to kill, give it a watch. It's also one of Bruce Willis's last movies. It's called Midnight in the Switchgrass. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Do you remember Emil Hirsch from The Girl Next Door?
Yeah.
The guy from The Girl Next Door. Emil Hirsch stars in it. He's a cop. He's a local cop in Florida. Megan Fox is in it, and Bruce Willis is in it. And it's about, Megan Fox works for the FBI with Bruce Willis. They're doing sting operations. Megan Fox is like an undercover hooker. She catches these guys, whatever. They've been trying to find this one guy in Florida who's been killing hookers. And they're having a hell of a time finding the guy. Emil Hirsch has been the local cop who's been at the scene of all the crimes where they find the dead bodies. So he's been trying to find the guy. And their whole investigations intersect in the whole deal. One of the things I took away from the movie, and it's not bad, give it a shot. It's called Midnight in the Switchgrass. It's on Netflix. It's a decent movie. Sad part of it, though, and it's a part that kept me coming back, was Bruce Willis is a supporting actor. He's not in a lot of it.
Right.
But the parts he's in, now knowing what we know about Bruce Willis, he's sick in the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the scenes he's in, his delivery is flat. A lot of his lines you can tell are ADR. When you can tell when something's in ADR adding, like they're focused on the other character and the other guy's saying something and he's not on screen.
Yeah.
He's got quite a few ADR lines in the movie. The lines he does have come off as very unnatural and clunky. And they did say
he's going off of an earpiece of someone reading.
Yeah, they said towards the end he had an earpiece. He couldn't remember lines, shit like that. And this is like a Searchlight picture where like the director called in favors and got like a Megan Fox and got Emil Hirsch and got some names, you know. But it's a low budget film. It's not like a big studio theatrical production, but you can tell that Bruce is not well in the movie, and that's kind of a side story curiosity. But the movie itself is not bad. It's kind of interesting. It's like Kiss the Girls meets Joyride.
Okay.
You know, kind of that sort of a deal.
I can see what you're saying. For me, I don't know if I can watch it. That would get hard for me. I'm like, oh, come on, man. I know he's doing it for his family and the money, but
it is tough.
Stop pushing him.
It's a tough one. Yeah, Historically White says, don't watch Willis's final movies. They're sad. Yeah, if you're a big Bruce Willis fan, it's tough to watch.
Yeah.
And then the ones after that, like the ones he made in 20, because this was made in 21. Don't watch the ones made in 22 and 23. They're like straight to DVD, or what would have been straight to DVD back in the day, like the $5 bin at Walmart. He made a lot of those. He made one called Gasoline Alley with Luke Wilson.
Oh, God, that's the one I kept thinking of. So that was after this?
Gasoline Alley was after Midnight in the Switchgrass.
Okay, so maybe Midnight in the Switchgrass won't be as bad. I saw so many parts of Gasoline Alley where I'm like, okay, I can't watch anything else Bruce Willis does.
Have you seen the scene in Gasoline Alley where Luke Wilson is talking to him about the good old days of policing?
Yeah.
And Bruce Willis can't even have any lines?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he's just doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
all right, yeah.
Yeah. Gasoline Alley, Bruce Willis.
I hate you.
Gasoline Alley official well, do we want the trailer? Because that's going to be like the best parts, you know, they can have.
I don't know if there are any. That one might be in I don't know if it's in the trailer or not.
Trailer. Yeah, there's a scene where, the Red Letter Media guys 2 years ago did a very good little talk about this, about Bruce Willis and the movies he's been doing. 3 years ago, the Bruce Willis Fake Movie Factory. And they were shitting on him. And then they made one a year later where they're like, we're just finding out now that Bruce Willis was sick during this, and that's really
we're a
shitty.
Piece of shit for doing what we did.
Yeah, I mean, kind of in a nice way, they did that clip, which takes a lot of guts, I think. Now, King Kong Dong says, don't watch Midnight in the Switchgrass. It's a trap bad movie, just as bad as Goodfellas. Well, first of all, Goodfellas is not a bad movie.
It's all right.
I mean, Goodfellas is great. God damn you.
Now I'm questioning reality, you bitch.
Mussolini Diff with $5. Thank you very much, buddy. He says, if you learned law, boxing, or martial arts from TV, please, 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 for the love of God, don't use it in real life. Yeah, for sure. King Kong Dong with $1 says, Midnight in the Switchgrass. I'm guessing it's a documentary on Adrian Peterson. And to quote or to answer your question that I'm sure you're thinking of, yes, we did check out a few Lifetime movies this weekend.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, when you were bringing up the movie, I'm like, all right, so this is a Lifetime flick?
Well, you know, Friday is dinner night, and, you know, I make a nice meal. I cook something. I get experimental with my cooking, and then, you know, the kids, you know, we turn on a movie for the kids, and then sometimes we'll watch the movie with the kids. Sometimes SP and I will go up and watch our movie because the kids want to play some game or something. This Friday, SP made TikTok chicken. And the reason I call it TikTok chicken is because she found the recipe on TikTok.
On TikTok, right.
Yeah, and it's like a Parmesan garlic pasta shredded chicken dish. It's very good. And we had TikTok chicken. And then the next night, I made spaghetti, and I really fucked around with the sauce. Like, I did some dicking around. You know, you make, instead of like dumping jars of sauce in there, you fuck around, you make your own sauce. And I didn't do any measurements or anything. I just went, smoked paprika.
Go wrong. Right.
Smoked paprika will be good in a sauce. Sure. Garlic powder, that'll be good in a sauce. Pepper, salt. Throw a little of this, little of that. You know, I just start looking. I start looking in the cupboard, and I go, this one, that one, not this one, not that one, this one, this one. I threw it together. Not bad. Not bad.
Okay.
It was a scattershot deal. If you ever eat a meal that I prepare, just know that if there need to be onions, peppers, or anything else or tomatoes chopped up, that's going to be the part of the meal that takes the longest.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing where you take the knife and you go, people can just do that with the hand over the thing. I can't do that.
It's fairly easy.
You know this speed that people do? You know where you have the point.
I used to have that.
You have the point of the knife down and you keep it on the thing and you.
Yeah, you rock it back and forth.
Here's my speed. Ready? Here's what I do. That's how fast I can go. So imagine that speed. It might take a minute. It might take a little while.
Do your kids ever eat, or do they just die of starvation?
No. It gets done. It gets done.
Okay.
Like prepped. Like if the recipe says prep time 10 minutes, mine will take 25.
It's like 3 hours.
25 or 30. It takes a little longer. A 30-minute dish, if there's a lot of chopping and shit, takes me an hour. That's all. Just got to prepare for it. So SP and I did watch a few Lifetime movies. I know people like it when when I describe the Lifetime movies that we watched. We did turn on an old school one, a pre-9/11 Lifetime movie.
What's that?
It was about sex addiction. Don't raise your eyebrows like it's somehow about me.
No, it wasn't about you. It was released, like you said, before 9/11.
Yeah.
It's just something that kind of hits, I guess.
Well, this was back when Lifetime, I guess, used to make movies that they were like, we're going to try and make a good movie. Like, it's going to be a made-for-TV movie, but we're going to make a good, like, we're going to put some effort into this. We're going to hire some people. We're going to make a fucking movie, dude. Like
Delusional, got it, right.
Right. Well, now, what I love about the Lifetime movies they make now is they are just cornball, cheese, schlock. I love them. Like Mike from Red Letter Media says, I have notoriously bad taste. And I love that these Lifetime movies that are made in like 2023, 24, 25, I love that they're just schlocky and they're over the top and it's hard to buy into the premise. And that's what helps you buy into the premise. Is like, whoa, they're not even trying to sell this premise. Why should I try hard to understand it? I'll just accept it and let's go. So this the one we watched Sunday. We watched this one yesterday. I think we watched 3 Lifetime movies this weekend. The one we watched on Sunday was Lisa Rinna from, I think, Days of Our Lives or one of the soap operas back in 2001, and her husband, Harry Hamlin. Now, if you don't know who Harry Hamlin is, he played Beckett in Mad Men.
There we go. Now I got him.
Or not Beckett. Cutler Beckett. Cutler.
Okay.
He played Cutler in Mad Men, the one with the glasses, who was always trying to get rid of Dawn. You know, Now I see behind the curtain and I'm not impressed. You're just a bully and a drunk. Cutler, who was remarkably hateable in Mad Men. He's in that, and this is like 10 years before he was in Mad Men, so he's a strapping fella. And Lisa Rinna, dude, something about Lisa Rinna where you're like, she was sneaky hot back then. She was like mid to late 30s, lips that ran your imagination, and like she was attractive. She was, but not like, oh my God, she's so fucking hot. It snuck up on you. You're like, yeah, holy shit. She's Lisa Rinna, 2001. She was a soap opera star, and sometimes to see if soap opera stars were ready for prime time, they'd bump them up to like a Lifetime movie. And then if you did well there, they'd bump you up into like real movies. This was kind of her test. Her and Harry Hamlin are married in real life.
Right.
So they did a movie together, and he's like a sex addict who's got like an extra apartment, and he can't, like, he's getting rub and tugs, and he's going to like dirty, poor neighborhoods and getting sucked off by crackheads. Like, it's bad. And then the whole thing is like, she keeps catching him and he's done and he's finished. And like, she lets him back and he calls a phone sex line and he's talking dirty because he can't help himself. And finally he goes to rehab and he goes to Sex Addicts Anonymous and like gets a 90-day chip. And, you know, a year later they're good to go and everything's, it's a happy ending. And not the kind that he was craving back in the day, but it's how sex addiction nearly tore a family apart. And like in 2001, that's some edgy shit.
Okay. I can understand that. I don't know if you know this or not. Sex addicts, they had to switch to chips. Originally at 90 days, they just gave you a blue ball.
No, that's like a little racquetball.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Stress release.
Yeah, right. You can squeeze it every time you want to go hire a hooker. You can tell whose side I'm on in those kind of movies, though, because like at one point he was taking a detour to get to his son's pizza party after his hockey game.
Oh, no.
And he was taking a detour, and he literally stopped to ask a hooker for directions. And the hooker comes to his window, and he pulls out his wallet, looks at a picture of his family, and he's not going to do it. He decides, I'm not going to buy this hooker. But she flashes the badge, shows she's a cop. Another cop comes up on the other side. Now, most people watching this movie are like, serves you right, you dirty fucker. This is what... Maybe this shows that I maybe have a little more recovery time left.
He wasn't going to do it.
Right. I'm watching the movie and I'm going, no, he was restraining himself. He wasn't going to buy the prostitute. He was being a good boy. You got to cut him loose off.
Give him a chance.
Right.
I'm a peacock captain. You got to let me fly.
I know. I'm sitting there going, he's better. He wasn't going to do it. And they arrested him and he got in all kinds of trouble. And I'm making excuses in my head as to why this guy should be allowed and it should be okay. And I'm like, you know what, and I'm self-aware enough to be like, this is not a good look for me. You know?
No, it is not.
But I also watched that movie.
You and SP watch this?
Yeah, here's another scummy aspect of my personality is I watched this movie and I'm watching him get sucked off by the crack addict. And I'm like, I was never as bad as this guy.
Oh, I knew that.
You know? I actually felt kind of good watching it because I'm like, I never got sucked off, but well,
hold on.
It wasn't crack,
right?
You know,
Definitely
shit.
Wasn't.
You know what? Here was my thing. I was thinking I'm way better than this guy, and then I'm realizing, you know what? Maybe this guy didn't marry the crack addict after she sucked him off, so maybe this guy is in some ways.
Look, I can understand what you're saying. You are not that guy, but I will be honest. The both of you are on a color swatch gradient. And, like, quite frankly, you are occupying squares relatively close to each other.
There are arguments that there are aspects of me that he was better than me. You know.
He was going to go to the pizza party, goddammit.
Right. Well,
Actually,
shit.
that was the bonding moment. You're like, just like him. I looked at my wallet and I went, no.
I looked at my wallet and I went, this is not sustainable. But anyway... That one was good. Then we watched another one that was called The Kept Mistress Killer. This guy cheated on his wife at the beginning of the movie, bastard. And she shows up with a gun, and she's going to kill him, right? Well, that all goes by the wayside, whatever. And we fast forward, and he's now hiring this new woman for his financial firm. And he starts giving her gifts and starts dating her and everything else. And then she falls asleep at his house. Somebody drugged her champagne. And she wakes up in the morning and the fucking ex-wife's body is in the living room. Right? Now, immediately the cops start suspecting her. The new girlfriend is, maybe had something to do with the ex-wife dying. Well, it turns out, unbeknownst to her, there was the side piece from the beginning of the movie has actually been killing the wife and framing the new chick because this guy, I don't know what the premise, I don't know why that the guy and his side piece are framing a new chick. Oh, because he wanted his wife dead because she was going to take a shitload of money from him. He owned a financial firm and she was going to take a bunch of money. So he takes on a mistress for the mistress so that they can frame that mistress for killing the ex-wife so he can get away with it and be with the other mistress and keep all his money. But it
seems like way too much work when it's just like offshore accounts.
No, I'm not done yet, dude. So there's a plucky black female detective, because that always happens.
There always is.
And the plucky black female detective digs long enough where she finds out the truth, and they busted the guy right in the nick of time before he can kill the other side piece.
So wait, he was going to murder the other side piece too? So they were going to commit a murder, and they were going to have somebody be a fall person, and then they were going to kill that fall person?
Or no, they were going to let the fall person take the fall.
Oh, well then, okay. I'm confused.
There was a scene in the movie that was really, that didn't make sense to me. Shut up. And the scene was the cops are in the house. The guy has just been exposed as working with the other side chick, and he's being confronted by the blonde chick who's trying to clear her name. Cops come in to get that guy. While all these cops are in there, he reaches into a table, grabs a gun, points it, shoots it in the air, and runs away. I'm like, wouldn't they have lit that guy up the minute he reached into that drawer?
Right? Like, I feel like the minute he moves and he's not supposed to, it's like, hey, don't move, don't move. He's got a gun. Boom. But I mean, again, that's like reality and fiction. Hello, how
But then he pulls the gun, and we're both looking, like SP and I are looking at each other. And this is what I mean by the schlock of these movies that I love. He takes the gun, points it, and then just fires it into the air in the house. And everyone goes like this. And when everyone does the flinch, he runs away. Like, it's the weirdest escape I've ever seen.
And it was a room full of cops, you say?
Yeah.
Weird. I always thought like that they were trained when someone starts shooting a gun that they react, not.
No,
cower.
they cowered. And then it gave them time to leave. And then, oh, God, this is not going to be good. There's going to be a lot of gay F words in the chat for this one. Good thing I'm not reading anything unless it's got a dollar amount attached to it, because we're $2.90 away and it's 7:09. And, I'm just kind of sick of just getting to 8 o'clock and being like, oh, me doing a show is over. I guess I got to beg for money for the next 2 hours. So we'll just see what happens today. Hopefully you guys feel like being generous and keeping the show going. But I've also gotten used to begging after 8 o'clock, so we'll see what happens. It's been a good show. We've fucking done a great job for you. It's been very entertaining. Throw a few bucks in. We'll read what you got to say. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. Oh, I put more 101 shows up Thursday and Sunday. So become a member and you can check all those out. People are loving those so far. So last night, we started 2 shows. One of them sucked. The other one I was really not into, and it's going to piss a lot of people off because I finally decided to start a TV show that I've never seen before, and I fell asleep, and I was like, I really don't care, and I'm really not into it. The first one is this one that people have been talking about. It's a comedy. It's called The Deli Boys. It's on Hulu.
Never heard of it.
A couple of Pakistani guys, their dad, who was this deli entrepreneur, multi-millionaire guy, ran this big corporation. He dies. He got hit in the head with a golf ball at a golf course, and he died. And now the 2 sons have to take over the company. Well, it turns out the company was just a drug front. They've been trafficking cocaine, so the FBI busts them all up and everything else, and they have this one store left. And these 2 are running the deli straight, legit, but knowing they're a front for a cocaine business that his dad was fronting. It sucked. It was fucking terrible. It's not funny. It's just kind of terrible.
Sounded almost interesting. I'm sorry.
A couple of Pakistani guys, so I had a hard time. I was kind of being kind of racist. I was like, I can't relate to these fucking Pakistani kids.
I can't picture that. Wow.
Not like I hate them because they're Pakistani, but it was one of those things. Like, I kind of understood what black people and like lesbians have been talking about all this time, where they're like, we want representation. When it's not a couple of white guys, I don't feel as connected to the story. I don't. When it's a couple of Pakistani guys and they're talking about their baba, I'm like, I don't fucking care, dude.
That's why I think Darkman is a better superhero than Black Panther.
I'll be honest with you. I've seen all the Marvel movies. I skipped the Black Panther movies. I couldn't relate to Wakanda.
Don't watch the Multiverse of Madness. Don't do it if you haven't.
Oh, really?
It just...
I watched the trailer for it. I thought it looked stupid.
It does. It does. Because everyone's pissed at Doctor Strange. I'll give you the basis of it. Everyone's pissed at Doctor Strange because he made a bunch of people disappear for like 5 years with the snap thing.
Yeah.
And they're like, was there really no other way? There was nothing else you could do. And so people are giving him shit for that. He's no longer like the head of all the magic people. And then, they use the entire movie to take Scarlet Witch, who was a hero character. Yeah, they want to make her a villain now. And the reason is because she doesn't get to be a mom, I guess a single mom, because we don't focus on the dad at all at any point. But she doesn't get to see her kids, so she wants to, just kind of murder a girl and take her powers so she can see her kids again.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you to describe it.
Falling asleep right
I
now.
stopped listening.
Right. It's bad.
Because it sounds like shit.
It is.
Let's go to Honky. He says, with $1, he says, there's a remake of that comedy with 2 Indian guys, The New Delhi Boys, it's called. All right, so we're going to fail today and not make any money, and I should have taken the morning off. I get it. $2.90 away from today. Throw in, honest to God, just everybody throwing $5 or $10. I really, it's just becoming like we're running on a script lately. I have so much fun the first 2 hours, and then I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. This show's barely hanging on. Let's not get to that place, please. King Kong Dong with $2 says, you're watching the wrong shows. Jesus fuck. Try watching The Bear and Paradise. They're both on Hulu. Well, check this out. I did watch a show that people have been asking me to watch for years.
Which one is that?
Sons of Anarchy.
Uh-oh.
And what have people been telling me about Sons of Anarchy?
Depends who you ask. Most people are like, oh, it's really, really good. It's
fucking
really
great. Awesome. Unbelievable show. Incredible. Now, what have I been what kind of movies have I been describing to you with great glee?
Schlocky, like hard, really stuff people would be like, oh man, why are you getting into this stuff? That's not really stuff that doesn't go out of its way to sell reality. It's not dark. It's not gritty. It's kind of like if I could classify, it's a flyover movie.
Lifetime movies. I've been describing Lifetime movies.
Not Sons of Anarchy.
Turned on Sons of Anarchy, kept dozing off, and every time I woke up, I was like, I don't give a fuck. This is boring.
Right? Yeah, you have to have some level of interest in it to get you going, and then you have to get hooked into it. But other than that, it's too dark and real for you.
I'm watching Sons of Anarchy, and I'm like, this fucking sucks. Plus, Ron Perlman the last few years has turned into such a bitch that it's hard for me to suspend my disbelief. I'm like, oh, this guy's a hardcore biker gang leader. It's like, no, this guy's a fucking pussy, dude. Ron Perlman is gay. And who's the other guy who became a star out of that? Charlie Hunnam?
Yep.
That's the guy who's
Charlie Hunnam. That's the
baby mama is a meth addict and shit.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't care. It sucked. I knew this was gonna. I was gonna talk. I knew I was gonna talk about this morning. I was trying to find a time when and where. And I got to be honest with you, Sons of Anarchy fucking stunk. I would have rather been watching a Lifetime.
But yeah, I can see why you wouldn't.
I would have rather been watching a Lifetime movie.
The thing I really like about Sons of Anarchy is that it was able to launch Charlie Hunnam, because he's been in a lot of stuff that I like. But I actually thought Sons of Anarchy was great. I found the ending to be interesting, and I certainly like that it's not one of those where well, let's just leave it open where we can keep all this going, and then it's like, oh, that feels like a good definitive end. And then they went, hey, you love Sons of Anarchy. Now we're going to do one on a different biker gang. And it's like, oh, fuck
did they
off.
really? Did they do another one?
Yeah, they did a spinoff on one of the other biker gangs in the show.
The Mexicans?
Yep, you called it.
In the first episode? The Mexicans from the first episode?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's the same ones, but yeah, pretty much the Mexican biker gang got a spinoff.
Yeah, I was watching it, and the only thing that I did notice is the doctor in the first episode is Rachel from Mad Men. I was like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's up, my little Jewess? Cutie pie. But, yeah, I was bored. I was bored, and I didn't give a shit. It's a lot of guys sitting at a table talking about whacking some Mexicans. And then another guy's like, did you give my ex-wife meth? And he's like breaking the guy's arm with a pool cue and beating the shit out of him. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Did you give my ex-wife? If I found out someone gave my ex-wife meth, I'd be like, All right. Be like, not my pig, not my farm.
No, I just, I don't know, different situation, I guess.
I suppose. This is, by the way, this is Lisa Rinna in 2001. This is who was in the movie that I watched, the Lifetime movie. He's cute.
Okay.
Yeah, there's her husband. That's the guy who played Cutler in Mad Men. These two were in the movie together.
There you go. Okay.
Oh, there they are again. Look. Oh, they did another movie called Oh Baby. You know what, Johnny?
Oh, God, don't tell me you want to find out about Oh Baby.
I say we watch the trailer.
Jesus.
It's got to be out there, right?
We're going to watch the trailer. This is proof that they were like, oh, I'm going to suggest Sons of Anarchy. Guys, I'm giving you a piece of advice now. If you ever like anything, just don't suggest it. Let him find it on his own, and he's still going to hate it because he has some very, very interesting taste. And by that, I mean bad. That looks like a really, really horrible version of The Ref, and I don't even like The Ref. So
they don't have a trailer for that version of Oh Baby.
Oh, there's a surprise. There's a different.
There's some other Oh Baby for Netflix. Oh Baby, Lisa Rinna trailer. Can we get that one? Oh, here we go.
Oh, so it's looking.
So a young Zach Galifianakis is in this one. That's good. What the fuck? Well, at least we know who to blame.
I was a very small baby. You see that baby with the candle? That's me. And as I grew up, I stayed small. I mean, really small, for much of my childhood. I was the smallest in my class every year. Except once, when there was a dwarf in my homeroom. And it's funny because apart from being small...
What the wow. Are we getting Lisa Rinna at any point during this? Doesn't look like it.
What the hell?
Not here. Not now. Not in your mother's car.
This isn't...
Didn't get more baby shit, did you?
I know, I just...
That's not them. Why were they in the thing for... Wow, that was a waste of my time.
Yeah, thanks. I won't get that back.
That's what I get for watching Lifetime movies, I think.
Yeah, dude, I feel like I'm being punished on your behalf, too. That's not fair. I didn't sign up for... I don't watch fucking Lifetime movies.
Or maybe I need to watch a few more to broaden my horizons. That might be what I need to do. All right, guys, 290 away from today's goal. Like, I don't get it. I really don't understand. We knock it out every day, but we do the same fucking thing, and it's going to lead to a shittier show, and it's just going to be me begging for money. Like, it's just, let's get moving here. Like, let's just, whatever you're going to do later, just do it now, and then I can just focus on doing a show, and we don't have to ask you for money. It just comes
crush
in.
It out to 10:30.
We do a great show. We're 40 minutes away from falling behind. We're $90 behind 200. We just want to get to $200 by 8 o'clock. Not that difficult. Let's do the Ethan Klein thing. And honestly, today, no Trump, nothing like that. We're not doing any fucking Trump horse shit. Nothing bouncing around, doing a great show. Like if we were on terrestrial, like if we were on radio and they actually appreciated skill in broadcasting and talent, today's show would be a bang-up show thus far. No question.
I also
want
to say I appreciate that there was no politics in Trump. I am getting so worn out on it. It was great not to see a single Trump thing in the prep sheet.
Right? I mean, we got the Minnesota thing. That's about as close as we can get.
But I don't really count that as Trump. But plus, again, I'm biased on that one.
So, PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's just go. Come on. The Ethan Klein stuff. This is really shitty. Ethan Klein, who... Let's be honest. Like, you can have your little, like, to be this invested in internet people and not like them. And I mean, you're retarded. You're just dumb. You're sad. You're pathetic. But, like, even for the sad, retarded, pathetic people, I wish they would take shit like this as, like, a sign, like, hey, you're close to what these guys are. Like, maybe you pull up. People who are like, I'm going to go on a Reddit and I'm going to hate Ethan Klein, or I'm going to go on this, I'm going to go on Discord, I'm going to write about Ethan Klein all the time. And then when something too far happens, they go, well, this is too far. It's like, no, fuck you. You don't get to call this too far because you're the kind of people that caused this to happen. You are the road that is built to this. You are connected to this. You don't like it, don't watch it. And if it ever comes up in conversation, you can go, I think they fucking suck. Cool. Awesome. That's great. But Ethan Klein and his wife had CPS called on them by people who hate their show. And CPS was told they're abusing their children. And they actually got interviewed or investigated or whatever you want to call it. And this is all
CPS.
This is all from people on the fucking internet calling and whatever. And I don't want to hear from people who don't like Ethan and go on Reddit and shit and go, I fucking hate him. I don't want to hear them say this is too far. No, fuck you. You're part of this. You are absolutely 100% involved. You can sit there and go, this is too far. It's not too far. Without you, those people couldn't exist. You are the obsessive slime that these people use as their fuel. They step over you to get to their extreme behavior. So use this as a lesson that if you don't quit with the horseshit and the patheticness and the just basically being Ethan's hate cuck, you're going down this road too. This is the clip of Ethan explaining what happened. And then we've got a clip of Asmongold, who's like a conservative guy, right?
Yeah.
Asmongold, like, again, I don't know these people unless like news shit comes up about them. We got Asmongold getting Ethan Klein's back, which is the way it should be. All creators should be getting Ethan's back at this point because, and you're never going to stop people like this, but you should always call out how pathetic and gross and just sad they are and shame them to no end. Let's go to the Ethan Klein thing. This is what he was dealing with last week.
Narrative that our house is a mess, that there's dog shit everywhere, that Sonny is eating shit and getting giardia, and that, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And
I fucking Tourette's
What
tics.
is with?
They're getting bad.
Oh, those are Tourette's tics?
Yeah, he has Tourette's syndrome.
Okay.
And he
That
has those
explains that.
and the
Did
stress.
he take a medication to lose weight? Because the last time I saw him, he was heavier.
Yeah, he lost a bunch of weight. I don't know if it's Ozempic or like I said, I don't follow his show.
If it's that stuff, then I know why those tics are getting worse. Oh boy.
You think Ozempic
That
can
shit
cause
is
that?
bad. There's been a lot of stuff happening with those that medication that like shuts down your digestive system or whatever, causes your body not to absorb nutrients or something like that. There's a lot of like auxiliary side effects that happen because your body starts eating itself.
Oh,
and there's
really?
just different things. Yeah. Because that's I don't know if it's specifically Ozempic, but there's a couple of those that basically they found out. I don't remember what the drug was made for originally, but they found out that this stuff like causes your like digestive system to stop absorbing nutrients through your stomach lining or whatever for a little bit.
Yeah.
So your body basically, when you're hungry, and you don't get hungry, but when you're hungry or if you eat anything, it really doesn't absorb it. It just kind of passes through, and then your body's using the stuff it has, so it's forced to kind of eat its fat and everything else. But it's also, like I said, your body's going after itself. It's a bad thing.
So
it
it could be making the tics worse because he's not getting proper nutrition. Okay.
Right.
well, it culminated in somebody finally an anonymous call went into them on the 3rd, saying that they were somebody that works at the house, and they wanted to report us because our kids are crawling around eating dog shit and getting viruses. And they were able to provide enough details because of what I said on the show to make it appear that it was somebody. He said, like, when he first showed up, he's like, it's somebody that you know who made the report.
So some asshole on the internet pretended to be someone close to him.
Right.
And then said, you know, Ethan was talking about something, probably just doing a bit for the show, whatever, just exaggerating like you do. Mm-hmm. And it's not even some dickhead who was actually concerned, just some asshole, some parasocial retard who thinks that he hates Ethan Klein. You don't hate Ethan Klein. You hate yourself. You don't know Ethan Klein. That's another thing these people have to get over. And I can relate to Ethan on this one because, you know, the legion of hate fans that we have contacted, you know, Ashley or family members and other stuff. And luckily, we just laugh at them, whatever. They're silly, they're retarded, they're obsessive. But it's like, you don't hate me. You don't know me. You don't hate Ethan Klein. You don't know Ethan Klein. You have an untreated mental illness, and I don't care if you get help or not, but quit destroying
That's on you.
Yeah, quit destroying yourself with shit like this. Or go and destroy yourself. Leave other people alone. Leave other people out of it. Leave his kids out of it. Leave his family out of it. Go destroy yourself if that's what you want to do. But you don't hate Ethan Klein. You don't hate Steel Toe. You don't hate Aaron. You don't hate Johnny. You hate you. You didn't end up being what you wanted to be. And now you're just going to pretend that this person is the root cause of all your problems. It's remarkably sad. It's remarkably pathetic. And if you go down this road, all the things you're angry at yourself for, all the things that you're mad at yourself for not being, you deserve. You're just proving that you deserve it. And I don't want to hear, oh, well, I only go on the H3 hate subreddit and write stuff. I don't do anything. You're guilty.
You're participating.
Yep.
It's like, dude, everybody's rowing the boat. Like, you might not be the first one to step off onto dry land, but you helped get the boat there.
Yeah, and then the people who go, well, this is too far. Nope, you don't get to say that. You don't believe this is too far at all.
If you don't, like, this is where I'm like, if you don't like stuff, just don't watch it. Like, because if you're going to sit there and hate on something, it's just a straw man for whatever your actual problem is that you clearly don't want to address.
And if you're getting mad at me for saying this, that only further proves my point that you have a problem. Because you're being faced with your reality, you're being told the truth to your face, and it's making you fucking write a hate comment or lose your mind or whatever. I'm not trying to help you. I'm not going to pretend I'm being altruistic because I don't care what happens if you think shit like this is okay. But, like, if you're living your life to hate somebody on the internet, you're not living your life. No offense. And if it wasn't so real with the CPS shit, I would just say I pity you and move on. But I pity you, and I hope you get your cosmic comeuppance someday. And maybe being you is your cosmic comeuppance. But this is truly pathetic. And this is not the W you think it is. You're sad. Like, every normal person on earth thinks you're a tragic figure.
Who's, like, name a single life, and you can't say yours because yours wasn't either. Name a single life that was improved by what you have done.
Right, exactly. And yours wasn't. Yours is only holding you back.
Yeah, you're still exactly who you were before you did all of this.
Yeah.
Now you did this.
And I'm like, no, okay. So I mean, they used. I mean, yeah, you could easily impersonate.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. Go ahead.
What's truly, like, despicable to me is the fact that, like, you hear so often that CPS, like, that they're not always.
They're underfunded.
Yes, and also it always, like, seeps through the cracks for some reason.
Yeah.
And so the fact that they were so on it here, it's like that could have gone to a family that really needed it and a child that really.
Well, yeah, CPS, I mean, we know traditionally is, I'm not going to say terrible at their job, but they will always err towards leaving the kid with their parents. Like,
right.
You have to be a massive fuck up to have your kids taken away. And the longer you have your kids taken away, the bigger of a fuck up you are. Like, absolute shitheads and fuck ups and terrible people keep their kids. I mean, it takes an act of God to have your children taken. Anyone who thinks that, like, oh, CPS just takes people's kids away and away. No. It takes a lot. Kids die with shitty parents, and CPS never takes them away. So it's got to be pretty bad. So while they're right that the amount of time they spent interviewing Ethan Klein
could have been better spent,
they're not going
to make a whole lot of difference. Let's be honest.
Yeah. So
look, you thought CPS would do any good. They let that guy keep his kids, and apparently he's feeding his. No, but it's not a good idea to just do that and call that up. But that's where people get the idea that the internet has power and that you can affect change, because this person will be like, look, see, I got CPS to show up. They don't realize that's not a win. But that's where people think, like, where if you're like, oh, we'll go back to radio, like, oh, but they'll call, but they'll say things, but they'll send you pizzas. Like, you know, that's It's kind of like, yeah, radio's used to that.
Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, you watch the same 3 shows and Lifetime movies. You basically have the taste of a 14-year-old girl listening to Top 40. No one should take your show advice. How dare you?
Ouch.
How dare you? Brittany Boo becoming a member for 34 months. Thank you very much. You guys throw a few bucks in, we'll read it. Otherwise, we need to knock out our goal. We're 290 away. We'll just do our show today, and we'll see what happens. I would like to not feel the way I feel some days, so I'm gonna do something about it, and I'm gonna change it up. We're gonna do the show a little different today. If we suck, we suck. If we don't make any money, we don't make any money. Consider throwing in, and we'll go back to it. Let's. We're 290 away. It's 7:30. I'm having a good time doing the show part. I don't like doing this part anymore. Not that I ever did. Throw us a few bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, blah, 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 blah. You know, you'll do it if you want to. Let's go to the Asmund Gold clip now. He starts talking about the Ethan Klein thing. Now, this is interesting because this is a good example of people being able to put their politics aside, because Ethan is not exactly popular amongst the Asmund Gold crowd.
No, sir.
The other thing is, I don't get why this Asmund Gold guy is a thing, because I've watched a few clips of him, and maybe it's just the select clips I've been watching.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of seems like a bit of a creep.
Yeah, you want to know why he's a thing?
Why?
And I hate to have to admit this because it's something I love. World of Warcraft. I'm not even fucking kidding.
Oh.
He's one of the original streamers for World of Warcraft. He got big streaming World of Warcraft. He's grown out of that. He's transitioned that.
So his crowd, a lot of his crowd is video game guys.
Or at least that's where he started. He started with video game guys. I think he has a computer building company now, too, that he was able to pawn off on all of this when he was doing the gaming stuff. But yeah, he used to be big in World of Warcraft when it was in its heyday. So like when it started, when it first got big, he was one of the first YouTubers to be streaming World of Warcraft. And then the big point was like back in 2015 or whatever, when it hit its biggest crescendo with stuff. So he had a big audience then. So he's had that to carry him over into this stuff.
Well, here's his thoughts on the Ethan Klein stuff, and I thought it was pretty spot on. We'll watch some of this. Throw in a few bucks.
Really, I mean, if you got people and you got people filing false reports and shit like this about somebody, at that point you do have a legit problem. Like that right there, that is an issue, right? And they got to figure out who's doing this and hold them accountable, right? And like the problem is like a lot of this
hold them accountable. What can you? I mean, you can arrest them for filing a false report, but prove they did it. Like prove they filed a false. There's nothing you can do. Basically, this is one of those great arguments that I use now against libertarianism. You know, people say, "Oh, libertarianism. People should be able to police themselves." They can't. They can't. The founding fathers, was it Jefferson or Hamilton, said, if men were angels, there would be no need for government.
Right.
But people are fucking horseshit, and people are garbage. They can't control their impulses. We see that with mental illness and addiction and other things. Same thing goes for hating people on the internet. Some people just don't know where the fucking line is, and they're going to cross it. And they're not even going to know they're crossing it, and they can make excuses for it, and they'll go to a chat room where they got 500 other people who will make excuses for them, and they don't have to confront how pathetic they are. And so this idea that like, well, you know, we'll just, you know, just let people live. And you let people live and it's a time bomb. You know, it will explode.
They're bugs, Wyatt. There ain't no living with bugs.
It's true. I think about that line sometimes and I'm like, you know, maybe if these people just, you know, if they got snapped out, we'd probably live a very good culture. You know? We'd live a very good culture if we.
But would we grow more of them? I question. Like
that's a good question.
It's the thing. That's my theory on this. It's like I view humanity almost as like a head of lettuce, and it's like no matter what you do, the outer leaves are going to be wilted. You can take them off, but then the new outer leaves are going to wilt.
There you go, boys and girls. The new quote: "Humanity is a head of lettuce." I like that. We're going with that one today.
Internet drama, this has been a big issue in like I'd say the last like 3 years, right? Is like the big problem is that a lot of people can't leave drama on the internet. You can't leave it on the internet. You've got to take it and move it into real life.
No. See, again, that's where these guys have been on the internet too long and they can't see it. I can see it. It's not that they take it into real life. They don't have a real life. So they don't understand that the shit they're doing is real life.
They don't disconnect, so there's no point where they realize that they carry it with them through it. They're always online.
That's just it. They don't understand that the internet is a work and that real life is real life. And you writing shit on the internet doesn't matter. Nobody's going to read it. Nobody's going to give a shit. Whatever. It's just you whining. That's what hate Reddits are and everything. It's people whining. When they go and they call CPS, they don't see that as there's a line between real life and the internet. They've just blended into the Borg, basically. And now it's all just one amorphous thing. These people are broken. Ethan Klein, Asmongold, Steel Toe, whatever, have broken them. And now, because they're broken, they have to get vengeance for being broken by these people. And the only reason they're being broken by them is because they couldn't stop watching them once they realized they hated them. So they've basically taken themselves, put them into an internet loop, broken their own brains, and now someone else has to pay for it. To do another Tombstone line, they need vengeance. They need revenge. For what? For being born. For being born. That's what it is. So when Asmongold says, oh, they cross the line and they go over into the real world, they don't see it as that. They don't see
There's
a difference.
no line for them.
Their brains are broken. They're bugs. Asmon, ain't no living with bugs.
And the moment whenever people do that, you get into the category of harassment, stalking, defamation, violence, right? I mean, you really get into the situation where you've got some actual problems, right? And so I think the problem is that a lot of these people just go and they do this shit, and I don't think they ever even think of the consequences at all.
No, they don't.
No. They don't consider the consequence. They're considering the victory. They have one brief, fleeting moment of giddy joy right after they commit the act, and then after that, life returns to normal. And that's the best case scenario. Otherwise, they get, consequences.
Yeah, it's just they can't control their hatred. They can't control being upset. And they can't deal with the fact that they've created this for themselves. They have to blame someone else. And that person has to pay for what? For existing. Because you can't handle your own broken brain. All you can do is, number one, not give a shit. And number two, just publicly declare how pathetic they are. I mean, that's all. And then, most people will agree with you, and the ones who don't, don't worry, they're on their way to breaking themselves too. Waylon with $1 says there's a connection between Asmongold and Paul Pelosi's hammer lover. I don't have a link, but I think they were roommates. Really?
I have no idea about that. Interesting.
That is fascinating.
I'm not a big Asmongold fan. I know about him from World of Warcraft, because that's where he got his start. And he, after the game kind of started dying out because the game player base got really toxic, he, years after that, he kind of comes out and goes, oh, I think me making videos ripping on bad players and doing all that I think that kind of helped spur all that on. I regret that. And it's like, oh, F you.
Right.
You ruined an online community, and then you're like, oh, I think I was kind of partially, the public torch responsible for something kind of devouring itself and ruining itself. I feel bad about that. Oh, F off.
Right.
Then get off the internet. No, I'm just going to transition into just a general topics person now, not just a one-game guy.
Well, I mean, it's better to, to
learn,
get out at some point. Yeah. About 800 of you watching Steel Toe right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. But boy, if you really like the show, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, that number that's on the screen, that 290, that's the break-even number. That's what we need. Throw it in. We'll throw another 30 minutes on the clock, and we'll do overtime. We'd really appreciate it. We love you guys. You've kept us on the air this long. Blah, blah, blah. Same script as last week. Blah, blah, blah. Same script as the week before. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to keep cranking out the best shows anybody fucking does and being the baddest man at this. Hopefully you feel like throwing in $5-10 and or I can just prove myself wrong today. Either one. Come on, guys. Get it down to 200 by the top of the hour. Otherwise, we'll just keep asking. We'll see what happens. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Johnny, I have one question for you.
I may have an answer.
What did he do to her?
Whoa.
Right? What did this guy do to that lady? Because
I don't know, but apparently it happened right before the press conference.
Holy
Because she's
shit.
about to murder him.
Those are what we call daggers in the business. Thank you, Adam Simon, for gifting a membership. That means a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you for being a supportive member of this program and helping keep it on the air and being as wonderful as you are. Thank you so much. You deserve all the thank yous in the world, as does Paul with $5. Thank you so much, Paul, for the $5. You are the best kind of viewer there is. We appreciate it. Also, Sonny with $5 says, I don't know. I think Ethan is on some sort of amphetamines. Just look at the way his eyes kind of roll into his head a little bit and the way his jaw clenches. I would bet that it's someone that actually knows him that reported.
They reported that his kid was eating dog shit.
Right, not that he was on drugs.
No.
Yeah,
I don't. And then again, like learning he has Tourette's, that's a total tick. Like I attributed it as a tick to something else, but you're like, no, he has Tourette's, and I'm like, oh, problem solved.
Yeah, I don't think. I think the weight loss is either he got his eating under control or Ozempic.
Right. And I worry about what that could be doing to him if he has Tourette's. I have no idea how that would affect. I've been talking with other people of Ozempic and stuff like that affecting other people with other conditions. That's why I got that kind of line. But yeah, it's with the the tick thing, no, that's clearly just a tick. And again, I don't think someone actually knows him reported that.
Hey guys, thank you very much for that little rally that you just did. 280 is the number. Keep that up. Those little $5 drops mean everything. Everybody do that. Let's get this thing down. In the next 15 minutes, let's go on an $80 run. Let's stay on track, and then you don't have to hear me do this shit all the time. 280 is the number. Great start to the show for the toe. Johnny and Aaron kicking fucking ass for you, not doing Trump shit. Throw in a couple of bucks. A little reward for the hard work. We appreciate it. All right, so back to this. This woman staring this guy. Now, what this is from, I don't know if you guys know what this is from. This is, we got the big Gene Hackman update this weekend.
Yeah.
Also, Rebecca, thank you for the $5. See?
Thank you.
Jesus Christ. That's all. That's all it takes. $275. Click the PayPal, click the Streamlabs, click the Venmo. It's that fucking easy. Thermodyne Diesel dropping 5 memberships on us.
That's huge. Thank you.
It really is that easy, guys. 260 away from today. We're going to get to a point in this show before I crack and lose my mind and have to go to a funny farm because I've just begged my way into craziness. We're going to get to a point where this just happens organically and naturally because we hit all our goals anyway.
Right.
All it is just, here we go. Just do it at this point. Gray Duckling gifting a membership. It's that fucking easy. There we go. Sam Show says, yes, it's very easy. That's why it's funny. I know you guys like to give me a heart attack, but here's the yin and yang, and it is very funny, but here's the yin and yang. I don't like having heart attacks. So I understand why it's funny for you guys, and I laugh along with you because you're like, haha, we're torturing this poor guy. We love his show. You guys are the most sadistic, sick fucks in the world because you love me, you love Johnny, you love the show, but you go, let's give him a fucking heart attack. And my thing,
come every morning.
and this is negotiation for me. I'm negotiating with you saying, I know you guys always hit it, but the way you hit it makes me crazy. And I'd like to not go crazy. So do you think you guys could spread it out a little bit? And you guys are like, haha, no. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. It would be really beneficial to all of us. And they're like, and then here's, on their good days, here's what they do. They go, we'll see. And I'm like, and then after all this, I end with, all right, you know what? I'll take we'll see. Thank you. We are now
square deal.
We're 260 away from today. There you go. Keep it moving. 13 minutes to go. $60 down, and we're right on track again for another hour. Thank you very much. Keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. There's another Gregory with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, Gregory, for the 5 spot. Now we're 255 away from look at that. Did I not say that everybody throwing $5 in would work miracles?
I believe you did.
I believe I did. Thermodyne, thank you for all those gifted memberships also.
That is huge. Thank you.
Put that man on the board. Let's go ahead. This press conference that we're trying to play here, but
I'm watching a Lifetime movie. She's going to murder him.
I will always fucking sit here and take a break. See, you know what? This is the other thing they do. So then I go, guys, come on, let's do this. Let's do this. And then I go, all right, let's get into this story. And then they see, oh, he'll stop for every dono. So then the donos start coming in. So now I keep bringing this story up and taking it back down again. And we're never going to, they really do. I dance to their tune.
It's kind of funny.
So like we have another 20. So another 20 just came in. We got to bring me off the screen again. And we got to go and we got to say thank you. Because you have to thank the people who keep you going. 5-0 in the 320 with $20 says this was going to be Rumble Friday money with clips full of gay F words. I bet you are disappointed now. No, I love this. This is fantastic.
Besides, someone else will totally throw in the clips of gay F words. We got it.
Landers with $5 says, sadly, the angle of my dangle is not proportionate to the heat of my meat.
Thank you, Landers. That's one of the cleaner, nicer messages he said. I can verify from my
Love
chats.
Landers. 2:30 away. See, this is insanity. Now we got 11 minutes, and we're only $30 away. What did I tell you about everyone chipping in a little bit? So now we're 2:30 away.
To us.
We get $200. Or we get to $200 in the next 10 minutes. We're aces
on track
for the next hour. This is insanity. Thank you guys very much. 2:30 is the number. Keep those Streamlabs, PayPals, and Venmos coming. They look real good right now. All right. Now, back to this, which we're totally going to be able to do now because whatever. This was the update on Gene Hackman. And I know that when the Gene Hackman news came out, I was on the show going, you know, this is there's more to this than they're saying. I was hoping it wasn't a Chris Benoit thing, but when you looked at the fact that one's 92 and 165, you could pretty much rule out Chris Benoit.
Yeah.
You know? And then you're like, well, were they murdered? And one of the cops, one of the first things they said was, no foul play is suspected. So you're like, okay,
Right.
Nobody was murdered. All right, so there's that. You're like, well, what the fuck? Was it carbon monoxide? Was like, what caused these two and their dog to be found dead inside the house? Well, we got the news, and I'll be honest, I did not have rat shit respiratory virus and Alzheimer's heart attack on the bingo card. But that's what it ended up being. The dog really got the worst of it.
Yeah.
The dog had a procedure done, apparently. And so they crated the dog. And then one dropped dead, and then the other had Alzheimer's so fucking bad, didn't know where they were. So this poor dog sat in a crate and starved to death.
Yeah, that part's the worst to read for this whole thing. Like, the poor dog didn't. Oh.
Yeah. Pretty bad. So let's go to the police update on the Gene Hackman family death. It really, it's kind of a window into really how horrible a disease Alzheimer's is. Because this guy just basically wandered around aimlessly for 7 days.
Yeah.
Not remembering that probably not even knowing that his wife was dead.
Not knowing that his wife was dead, not really knowing where he is or what's going on.
Right.
Moving in and out of, and that's the worst part about this. Like, Alzheimer's is messed up because you move in and out of, past and present. But his past is loaded with movies where he's pretending to be different characters. Like, what happens if you snap into one of those and you think you're on set?
Right. He's given his dead dog some speech about Lippenzotter stallions.
Right?
Like nobody, the dog's like, can you get me some fucking food, please?
This investigation started on February 26th with the discovery of Mr. Hackman and Miss Arakawa and their dog at their residence. I just want to do a short recap and then touch on some new information. As we know, both individuals tested negative for carbon monoxide. City Fire conducted tests and deemed scene safe for deputies to conduct their investigation. The preliminary pacemaker interrogation results were released last week, and I'll let Dr. Gerald touch more specifically on those results. The gas company New Mexico, they also did an analysis of the residence, and they found one minor leak in a single burner on the kitchen stove, which was 0.33% of room air, which was pretty minute and insignificant. Since that time, Xena, the deceased dog, has been taken for necropsy at the Veterinary Diagnostic Services, and we'll be awaiting those results.
Although they do believe that the dog starved to death.
Yeah.
They believe that the dog was crated and just didn't get food and died.
Let's speak a little bit in reference to the timeline for Betsy Arakawa. We know from our investigation that on February 9th, 2025, she picked up Xena from Gruta Veterinary Hospital. There was a procedure that was done with the dog, which may explain why the dog was in a crate at the residence. Let's move on to February 11th, 2025. Mrs. Arakawa had an email conversation with her massage therapist at about 11:21 a.m. Moving on into the afternoon,
It's so weird. Like, I know they have to do this in an official way, but it's like so much of this stuff just doesn't seem like shit we need to know.
Right?
It's like she sent a message to her massage therapist, and you're waiting. You're like, okay, and the message said what? They're like, all right, next thing. It's like, well, we didn't need to know that.
Yeah, we can get past that.
Yeah.
Arakawa was at the Sprouts Farmers Market between 3:30 and 4:15 p.m. Miss Arakawa was seen on surveillance video at the CVS pharmacy in Santa Fe from 4:12 to 4:20 p.m. She then stopped at a local pet food store at about 4:54 p.m. Her car was seen on surveillance, and the remote control clicker that is assigned to her and her vehicle was used to enter the subdivision.
Oh my
to
God.
gain access
sign with her left
to the gated
hand.
community
Yeah.
at 5:15 p.m. Numerous emails were unopened on her computer on February 11th. There was no additional outgoing communication from her or known activity after February 11th, 2025. The cell phone information and the cell phone data is pending. We're working with state police to get the information from those phones, but our investigation shows that all the last known communication and activity from Miss Arakawa was on
there. And then Twitter. I fucking hate Twitter's clips they cut off. So what happened was, and what these retards just fucking
Take forever to get to.
dicked around and fucked around with, was that Betsy Arakawa, Gene Hackman's wife, died a week before he did. She died of hantavirus. I don't know if you know what hantavirus is, but hantavirus is a disease you get from rodent shit. So apparently there was enough rodent shit in the house of these two to get, she contracted hantavirus and died of it. She died in the house, she was in the bathroom, and I guess she collapsed and she laid there and she died. There were pills scattered all over the place, and the dog was in a crate. Gene Hackman wandered around the house for at least a week with her
the
dead
corpse.
with her dead body in the house. And at some point during all that, the dog died too. So the dog died either. I hope that maybe the dog had a procedure where he needed certain medication or he'd die. And that's maybe what happened, because otherwise the dog had to wait and starve to death.
Yeah, that's horrible.
That would be really bad. So Gene Hackman wanders around for a whole week. Dog dies. Wife has been dead for 7 days. They think that he had some kind of a heart episode. And that's what finally did.
Well, he
him.
probably wasn't taking any of his medications, and whether or not he needed them originally, once you use medications to treat a condition, if you just come off of them suddenly, it can be really, really bad for you. So, yeah.
Yeah. So he dies a week later, either, complications from Alzheimer's, or he had a heart attack.
God.
He did have a heart condition. So
You know what? This would be a great Lifetime movie.
It would. That would be a great fucking Lifetime movie. As a guy, some old fucker wandering around his house, pretending he's still in Hoosiers. Well, he's giving the speech from Hoosiers while his wife is fucking laid out dead in the bathroom.
Right?
Like, if you're riddled with Alzheimer's and you're really bad, I mean, do you see
I gotta wonder.
But do you see the body and does it compute?
No,
or
that's the thing. Like, I've been listening to some different streams and podcasts, and there was one that was discussing like mental brain damaged, like people, how they perceive the world. Like, there's this one guy who literally couldn't see people's faces looking right at them. His brain couldn't process it.
Yeah.
So he couldn't see people's faces. So he literally apparently like only saw his wife as a hat. It's weird. And so it got me thinking with things like Alzheimer's and stuff, where you get people who literally don't know where they are. They think they're someone else. They think you're someone else. People are always just like, oh, why can't you just understand you're not there? What if they literally are, again, mentally just snapped into that moment? Like you said, like we were making fun of it before, but what if he literally looked at his dog in the crate and saw Denzel Washington? And he's like, and you're aware of the horses.
He's the general in the brig. Yeah, he's
right. It's just whatever the fucking role he's in at the moment.
That
like,
dog tried to lead a mutiny against him on a nuclear submarine, and he's where he's supposed to be. Yeah. That is. And then somehow the wife is in the French Connection. I don't know. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
So so it is a fucked up story like we thought it would be, but I don't think any of us could have predicted. Because, I mean, the first moment we thought something was bad was we found out they found his wife mummified.
Right.
Like her hands and feet.
So she's been dead longer.
Yeah.
And
somebody did write in and they said, well, what about his kids? Do his kids hate him that bad? That, I mean, he lives in New Mexico. It depends on how often they visit him. But, somebody last night yesterday afternoon during the members show made a great point. You got all this money. You don't have regular staff checking in on you at that age. You're leaving, Gene Hackman's leaving the checking up on his well-being to a 65-year-old woman who lives with him. I mean,
well, the question is, did he make that decision, or did someone who's his medical caretaker make that decision for him?
Yeah. And I mean, obviously the house wasn't clean. I mean, you don't get hantavirus in a clean house.
Right?
So,
and I'm sure the dogs and everyone being there for like a week unattended at least, like I'm sure the place was spotless when the cops showed up. So you obviously have no way of knowing what it was quite like.
Yeah. Imagine the smell in that house when you walk in. Because
resale value is going to be low.
It wasn't Gene Hackman's kids or family members who called anyone in. Neighbors were walking by the house.
I thought it was people that were lawn care service or something.
Was that it?
Walking by the.
Okay.
I thought it was like lawn care service. Like they noticed that the door was open and that they hadn't seen anybody or whatever.
I could be.
And I'm sure at a certain point, like that door's unlocked and you open it and you're just like, all right, so we got to make a call. I don't need to go in.
Well, they said they looked through the windows and nobody was moving.
Okay.
So they called it in and the cops went in and they went, yep, we got a bit of a fucked up situation on our hands here. Thank you, Vidam, for the $5. He says, let's play some anti-Jew shit. Let's go Rumble for the rest of the show. How did the Jews get so rich? God damn it, Vidam. No. Chip with $4.99 says, you mentioned last week you have close to 500 YouTube memberships. Do those count towards the goal? Yes. If you'll remember, when we came to YouTube, our goal was like 400. I think we're up around 4. Yeah, our goal has dropped a lot since coming to YouTube, simply because the memberships do cut in. And I believe once we go over 5 or 550, it starts coming down dramatically once again. So yes, those memberships are very, very important. 225 away from today. All right, we're behind, but we're only behind by $25. So that's not, I mean, look, it is taking a Herculean effort of asking, but you can't get if you don't ask. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, guys, let's avoid being beggy pieces of shit.
Yeah.
$5-10. That's all it takes. You saw what that little rally did. It brought us down to 225 in 15 minutes. It brought us down there. So throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. That takes it down the quickest. Love that we haven't had anything over $20 today. That's how I prefer to knock this thing down, is a little at a time. Everybody chip in. We got a great show today. We've proved that so far. The second half is going to be great as well. We're also going to shit on the state of Minnesota, which is always fun. BJ with $2 says, has anyone considered a French connection to this?
Fuck off and shut the fuck up.
I don't know. Personally, I think it was just a bunch of Hoosiers that did it.
Fuck you, Aaron.
I don't know. It's thank God nobody, there were no wounds, and there was no bleeding. Otherwise, they would have left a real crimson tide.
It's time to stop making decisions, buddy, okay?
See, that's not.
You wouldn't possibly look up Gene Hackman's IMDb right now.
No way. Gene, you got to remember, Gene Hackman's wife died, and he had Alzheimer's. I mean, he wasn't going to make it himself. I mean, he's not a Superman.
I'm white, I'm white.
Oh.
I don't know, man. You could tell Gene Hackman was losing it.
How
and
so?
that his brain wasn't there, because after his wife died, he was the one who had to answer the phone. And he would always answer, and this didn't make any sense to anyone. He'd answer the phone and go, "Welcome to Mooseport."
Luckily, it didn't go to trial. Otherwise, figuring this whole thing out would have led to a runaway jury.
You should just fucking smile and blow me.
At first, the authorities thought perhaps this was a heist.
Like an Amish lady on a butter churn, and she's got 20 kids, and they're out of butter, and it's breakfast time.
Well, they found him in the mudroom, but they said he had Alzheimer's. So for him, he may have still been behind enemy lines.
I defiled a child.
You know what the police call situations like this when they walk into them?
No.
Heartbreakers.
I'm very obviously gay. I look at him and I'm like, well, you're gay.
Now, clearly, they all died at different times. So the question is, who was the quick and the dead?
Wow.
Actually, they thought that they suspected foul play at first, like right away. And they asked because, the gardeners called it in, like you said. And they said, who called it in? And they said, the Mexican.
And there will be gorilla shit all over the Omni.
Or dog shit. Or rat shit. But don't worry, they don't suspect foul play anymore, so nobody is under suspicion.
Do not clip that.
They found a lot of things, just kind of, they found a lot of pests wandering around the house. They found, they even had a bug infestation.
They had a bug infestation?
Yeah, a particular kind of bug.
What kind of bug?
Ants.
You can act like a man. What's the matter with you?
Yeah.
The gardeners found them, but it's actually a rather illustrious gardening service. It's the Royal Tenenbaums. That's
Okay, faggot, what's next?
They Well, rigor mortis had set in, so they referred to the bodies as the firm.
You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
Fortunately, don't worry. He may be gone, but we have other people. There are the replacements.
Learn the difference between we have a problem and you have a problem.
All right. And finally, the last one we'll do. The children not checking on their father and not knowing what was going on. They will forever be known by the rest of the family as the Unforgiven.
And you guessed it, a Jew.
You're welcome, everybody. You're welcome. Pizza Shit with 199 says, any chance Gabriel is coming back? We didn't have anybody here named Gabriel, but thank you. Really? It's the best you can do? I'm so disappointed. I deserve so much better. No offense. I just imagine a mentally retarded person writing that. I mean, I'm, again, remarkably disappointed. Let's go to David with $5. David says, do you think the rodent droppings that caused the virus or perhaps bat droppings? Guano, hello, does poop ring a bell? 220 away from today. Keep it moving, keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, what's the other one? Venmo. All of it. Throw it in.
You want that dookie so bad you can taste it.
I certainly do. 220 away from today. Now we're getting there. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Let's knock this thing out and keep our perfect run intact. $5 from BJ says that bit was so awful. You need replacements.
I got to tell you, he's kind of an Ed Till young man cow mix.
Thank you. Appreciate it. 215 away from there we go. There we go. A little at a time, and away we are. 215 away. Keep dropping them in, and we'll stop the show for them every fucking time. I'm a whore. Speaking of the same.
Yeah, where's the pistol whip coming in?
Do you see a pistol whipped person?
No, I see someone who looks like they may have put a smudge of makeup on their chin, like right here.
I don't know, Dad. I am having trouble seeing. Maybe my glasses aren't working. Does that look like Bill Shakespeare over there to you? I don't know, man. This woman has done so many works. And by the way, this goes to show you that porn, and she does porn. I mean, when you have an OnlyFans, you're doing porn. This shows that selling your sex and doing porn, no matter who you're doing it for, yourself or you're working for a company, it ages you terribly because I think she's like 30.
Oh, really?
29 or 30. Yeah, she's young, dude.
Okay, no, where's my, we got to Google this stuff.
There's
no way this is true.
Go ahead. Check my work. Check my work. Go ahead. I'll wait. I believe she's 30 years old. I'll wait. Should not take this long.
31 years old as of December.
Well, then I'm right-ish.
You're right.
Right?
You're right. 31 years old.
31 years old, and she looks like a wine mom at this point.
Yeah, dude, I'd put that at in 40s at least.
So I'm going to go out and I'm going to say that this whole robbery over crypto thing is a fraud. I'm going to say it didn't happen. I'm willing to be wrong. I'll eat it if I'm wrong. There's no problem. I have no issue if I'm wrong, saying I was wrong and apologizing, whatever. But the way she faked the whole abusive husband thing, the way she faked the whole, getting kicked out of the gym thing. Like, she has a history of doing these fake out things for money, and then she makes tens of thousands of dollars off of simps. And then those simps, I'll say this to her credit, they never seem to care that they got bilked out of the money.
Right. They never care that they got played.
So why wouldn't she keep doing it? So now this latest one, she flashed her crypto wallet on her stream. And there was $20 million in the crypto wallet. And then she gets, quote unquote, robbed for the crypto. These 3 men show up at her house with guns. And they want her to give her money from that $20 million crypto account. There is video of her walking across the yard to another part of the estate where her husband is there with a gun because she's been texting the husband to tell her what's going on. She takes him over to where the husband is. He fires a few shots. Nobody dies. They say one person was hit, but we don't know. And those guys all run RUNNOFT. And then all of a sudden, all is fine. But Amaranth says she was pistol whipped and beaten and kicked and everything else. I'm going to press X to doubt on this one.
Have we has she filed any sort of actual police thing?
Oh, yeah, the police were there, the whole deal.
Okay.
Yeah. The police showed up. Oh, wait. David with one more dollar. He said he did fucked up. Bat 21. It's a Hackman movie. Okay.
Oh.
So that was, I knew it was a reference of some sort. Thank you for the dollar. 210, I believe, we're away from today. So let's fucking go, boys and girls. Thank you so much. So Amaranth does a short stream explaining the whole thing. And again, like I watched this and I went, I believe you less.
Yeah, because the cops would say, don't say anything.
Right.
If this was all true.
They
wouldn't want you to. They'd tell you to stay off. Don't talk about it online. Say you can't talk about it right now. It's being investigated. It's being handled. That's the most they'd let you say.
When I went and interviewed with the police in that cocaine possession deal, they told me, they said, don't talk about any of this, blah, 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 blah. I mean, there was, and I think it's pretty much over with now, but they told me, they said, if any one of those 3 were sitting in the seat you're sitting in, they'd be offered the same grace you're getting. Like, this didn't have to be, the charges didn't have to be as bad. The process didn't have to be as bad. But the way they handled it afterwards sure did fuck them up really, really bad. I mean, it fucked them over really bad. I've said this before. I'll say it again. People are like, you snitched. You did this. You did that. I didn't have a choice to go in. I was a suspect. I was a suspect. They had no idea that I had been gone as long as I was. They thought that I was just conveniently out that day. I'm like, nope. There was a lot of smoke around that whole deal. And, you know, I thought the CPS person was very, very nice. The officer was very, very nice and official and polite and kind. And I was treated with nothing but respect. But I had to go in for that whole deal. And one thing they told me is, hey, keep this shit off your show. They said, you've already said more than enough, but we haven't talked to you yet, so we couldn't say this to you. Fucking, you know, as far as this stuff goes, don't talk about it. Let us do our job. So, and I did. And I didn't talk about my interview or anything like that until much, much later. And they got to, you know, make their case and do their thing. And, it was there that they told me, like, because they said April's charges are coming back. Like, so I knew the whole time, like everybody, and I played it coy when the charges came back on her, but I knew they were coming. But I didn't talk about that. There's a lot of shit I didn't talk about on the show. So when people are like, you can't help yourself, you talk about everything. There's a lot of stuff that I've had to hold back, and will probably hold back forever because it's been. Yeah, my thing is it's been too long. You know what I mean? Like now it would just seem like going
it's not
over.
Worth going into.
Yeah, it's in the past. It's done. It's over with. I said my piece in the first month or so, and then, you know, fuck off. It's all out there.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know that I'm safe.
And there's a lot of other stuff about, you know, what a certain guy told me and his insecurities and his vulnerabilities and his wishes and his wants that I don't think are valid anymore. I don't think it's, you know, it's certainly my past. I don't really need to dredge it up, but let's just say someone's still compensating for a lot of shit.
It's going to be a short stream. But yeah, like I really appreciate all the support you guys have shown me. I've had a lot of people reach out to me, a lot of stream friends, a lot of family members, offline friends. So,
and that's what she did it for, that and the money, because I'm sure she got a shitload of money from this.
Yep.
And it keeps Amaranth's name out there because you got to give her credit. She's kept herself out there with nothing but a set of fake tits.
Right?
For years, and much longer than any other woman in her position does. Because a new one comes along on OnlyFans or Twitch every other day. And Amaranth has managed to keep herself out there for what, 7-8 years now?
For a pretty decent amount of time, yeah.
Yeah, I
mean,
mean,
she's been able to offshoot into a lot of other stuff.
Yeah.
So
she's you got to give her that. She knows how to keep herself. She knows how to keep herself out there. And also, she knows her audience. She's cultivated an audience of simps, and she plays to them. She doesn't. One thing about Amaranth, I think a lot of her works are bullshit and lies and whatever, but she knows her audience, and she knows what they'll put up with, and she pushes it right up to that line. You can't really blame her for the fact that her fans are dumb. A lot of people have dumb fans, and they can just get away with all this kinds of horse shit, you know? Not everybody has an audience like us that's, pretty open and honest, and,
her estimated net worth is over 20 million.
Right. And it's built on shit like this. I got robbed from a crypto, and the camera angle that we released just so happens to be a camera that we're walking towards. And then when they go in, there's gunshots that fire. You don't see the gunshots. We don't have any cameras in the house. But you hear gunshots, and then you see the three of them run away, and then nobody was hurt, and nobody was killed, and nobody was harmed in this robbery over, all this shit. Kind of the way you almost see a movie scene scripted.
So wait a minute. She's been releasing video of the event?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's no investigation. They wouldn't allow you to do that.
You would think they would
stream.
You'd think they would take that video.
They absolutely would take that video, and they tell you to take it down.
Oh, and one of the first things she did when she was being robbed, she tweeted while she was being robbed. She sent out a tweet. So, I don't know. Look, I don't know if I haven't really followed people's commentary on this. I don't know if they think this is real and I'm just being the asshole in the minority, or if they think it's all a work. But this is suspicious to me.
I don't trust this lady.
It is a very, long story, so I can't go into the details today since we're still working on the investigation with the detectives and stuff, so I can't really reveal too much about it yet. I don't want to compromise any ongoing work, but there will be more stuff about it next week, for sure. But as you know, the public knowledge that I can share with you is that I was involved in a robbery and held at gunpoint at my house. Super scary. Yeah, it was probably the craziest shit that ever happened to me.
Oh, I thought the craziest shit was your husband beating you and stealing your money and forcing you to perform on OnlyFans and then driving away with your dog and all your bank accounts. I thought that was the craziest shit. Oh, that's right. That never happened. You guys set that up, and now you guys are back, and you're still doing OnlyFans, and everything's fine, and you guys are good. And remember, you were all going to get treatment and all that. So, yeah. See, the only thing that makes me suspicious of my own take on this is that she can't be dumb enough to file a fake police report, can she?
I would certainly hope not.
So, maybe it did happen. I don't know, but it seems
but I feel like the police would be pissed if you're releasing video and then you're doing shorts. You're like, look, I can't go into it. I don't want an ongoing investigation. Like, I feel like releasing video, tweeting, all of that, really doesn't help the ongoing investigation. So I feel like they would have been like, you know what, just stop and just don't talk about anything.
And I want to tell you guys more about it, but I can't today for various detectives.
It would be funny if she went, subscribe to my OnlyFans, and I'll be dropping details there along with some nudes. Just getting a little promotion in for it. I don't see a pistol whipping unless she has the most resilient skin ever.
There's a little bit of something here. Like, she maybe got slapped in the chin. Yeah. But that could easily be a makeup smudge. I can't. Yeah. The camera and the lighting, it's hard to tell.
Reasons. So there'll be more stuff next week. Where I plan to share a more detailed timeline, I guess, insights, kind of like a tell-all. But So yeah, for now, if you have questions, I can't really discuss that in the chat. So if I ignore your questions, just know that I have to for now. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys understanding.
Then why are you why are you
Why
here?
are we doing this then?
Yeah, then why are you here? You know,
You can't talk to the chat really, or you have to ignore most of their questions. We're not going to talk about this. It happened in your house. I don't know where we are, why we're filming any of this.
I'm suspicious. I'm still suspicious. And you know what? Fuck that. I'm feeling guilty because I'm suspicious. She's done enough to make me suspicious.
You shouldn't feel guilty at all. Like I said, this is like the lady who cried, abducted. So,
but what I'm saying is, even if she is telling the truth, I don't feel like I'm out of the realm of decency. Yeah, to question it.
No, so thanks for the support. Like, I got so many people immediately, like, after it happened, people found out so fast. Like, I was still in.
Because you tweeted about it.
Right.
Like, they found out
Right,
so
it's
fast
not-
because you were bragging about it, basically. And, I got so much support. Yeah, you got probably a shitload of money and you made bank off of it, and people are probably still sending you checks.
I was still, like, in the ambulance when I had a bunch of people start texting me, so that's really cool. So thank you guys for that. But yeah, can't really talk about too much yet. But
Then
soon.
why are we here?
Soon.
Why are we here?
I have been resting though past few days, so I haven't really been streaming at all, and it's been weird. It's been a very surreal feeling. Like
This is what Anthony was talking about on his radio show last night. These people just don't know how to be entertaining.
Right. They're just sharing you their life.
You got fucking pistol whipped and robbed at gunpoint, and I'm fucking bored of you.
Well, because she's not talking about anything. She's teasing it out there. And like I said, she has a history of lying to the point where it's like, boy who cried wolf. Do you even believe what she's saying?
Right. That's where we're at. Honky with $1 says, as a dyslexic, I never trust gingers. Oh, for God's sake. Why?
Well, because you see, when you rearrange the dyslexia
Oh, is
thing,
that what it is? I didn't know. What does it spell?
I have no idea. I am illiterate.
Oh.
We all have our cross to bear.
I have no idea why gingers would be a dyslexic thing. I'm sure if I went into the Rumble chat right now, everyone would be writing it in big capital letters and letting me know exactly what the deal is. 2:15 away from today's goal. Guys, let's drop in. Let's get it to 100 by 9 o'clock. Let's knock it out. Let's get to 0. Let's do overtime today. Let's be a successful program. Let's make our cash. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. A debate in Minneapolis about George Floyd Square. We should definitely do that today. I'm interested in a debate over George Floyd Square because
I wonder how that's going to go.
Yeah, I wonder how it'll end, huh?
Yeah.
That would be interesting. Hey, we've made our decision. Dude, I want to see what happens to the first person who's like, we need to move on from George Floyd Square. We need to open the area up for business and everything else. It's time to... I just want to see the brave soul who goes like, all right, it's probably time. Because that person
I bet it's the mayor. I bet that frat guy will show up and go, hey, this is what we need to do, everyone.
No, he won't do it that way. Jacob Fry will go like, so what do you guys think about maybe taking down all the George Floyd shit at the memorial? One bowling ball gets hurled at his head. And he goes, we can keep it up for a little while longer. Why not? Let's get to that before we get to this Minnesota budget stuff. I like this. The uncertain future of George Floyd Square. It's been 4.5 years. Almost. It'll be 5 Memorial Day weekend, right? Memorial Day weekend,
I think so.
2020.
Yeah.
When if you were black and mad, you got to violate COVID rules. The laws of pandemic did not apply if you were black and angry.
Yep.
Which, yeah, all of us were finding a way to be black and angry back then, and no luck, unfortunately. Frustrated and confused how George Floyd Square has sparked a debate between a city council and a mayor. Uh-oh, here you go. I think you're right. I think Jacob Fry is like, guys, what do you say we maybe take all this shit? Because this is like a busy intersection where businesses are, like Cup Foods or now they call it like the World Market or whatever.
And traffic used to move through.
Yeah. And it's also kind of attracting a criminal element as well. Surprise, surprise. But
can't understand why.
I want to see who the ballsy bastard is. Who's like, what do you think? What do you say we take this thing down?
We have an update to breaking news that we told you about at 9 o'clock tonight. Bloomington police had been looking for a suspect who had driven off with 2 little girls. Those girls have been found safe.
1.5-year-old twins, Adeline and Serenity, safe. So we have good news to report on those 2 missing little girls. Nearly 5 years later, plans are still up in the air about the future of George Floyd's...
What a weird, adjustment. Hey, you know those 2 girls who went missing? We found them. All right, back to the dead black guy in the intersection that he turned into a protest area.
God damn it, I got a dedication to a dead dog, and I got an upbeat song, and I'm...
Square near 38th and Chicago in Minneapolis.
Many on the Minneapolis City Council would like to develop a pedestrian mall, while Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry is seeking a more open road concept.
Yep, there it is. The city council people want to keep this like a walking, you know,
want to build a monument to patron St. George, who again died for our sins.
They want to keep they want to keep the tribute up there, and they want to turn it into a walking mall and the mayor, again, this is one of those instances where the very liberal city council, I find myself siding with Mayor Fry, where I'm like, you really think it's going to be a good tourist attraction in that fucking neighborhood to just have people walking? That's going to be a nightmare. Robbery, assault, all kinds of fucking problems. No way can you have this be a pedestrian mall. And then Mayor Fry's like, what do you say because the monument is in the intersection.
Yep.
It's blocking the intersection. So the mayor's like, what do you say we open up that intersection and let business come back and, let people drive to work and shit like that. And boy, are they going to try to crucify him for that one.
Simone Woolridge takes a closer look at the conflict and the search for a solution.
No black person told you to do that. If they did, they don't live. I live there.
You ain't black. That's basically what he's saying.
And you telling me we telling you what we don't want that the way you doing it. I live there. You don't live there.
Nearly 5 years after the murder of George Floyd, there is still no clear plan.
Still going with murder, huh? I mean, we have more than enough medical evidence to show that in no way, shape, or form was this man fucking murdered. But we're going with... Well, I guess as long as you have a conviction, right?
Sure. That's all that matters.
As long as you have a conviction, you can call him... You can say it was murder.
And as to what 38th in Chicago will look like, this has sort of been like a game of tic-tac-toe.
Oh, the corner one! I want the corner one! Hey, what do you notice about this game?
So why did X get to go twice?
I was just going to say, you know what I noticed about this game of tic-tac-toe? The blacks cheated. They took 2.
Oh, of course. You see an X, you think black.
No. I was just saying, one for us, one for George Floyd. Okay, now the whites can go. This is a very DEI tic-tac-toe game, is all I'm saying.
That we have been watching year after year. The X's here represent the city's council, marking their plan pushing for a pedestrian mall. The O's represents the city's mayor and some people in the community who don't like that idea, so they decide to block it.
This is one of the shittiest analogies I've ever seen, and it doesn't need to fucking exist at all.
Right. And I want to know exactly how many of some of the people who live there that don't like the idea and want to block it. Because I just saw a clip about a guy screaming, "You don't live there. I live there."
Right.
Who was he talking to? Was he talking to the mayor or the city council?
So you're saying
something tells me he's very opinionated.
You're saying that the media seems to have a bias towards the walking pedestrian council. Like maybe they have a liberal bias and they're not Because they're saying
not reporting the story accurately because that wouldn't look good.
Yeah.
Because it might look like the people who live there think this is a really bad idea because it will spur on crime and because like they want the thing opened up because they want law and order restored or things like that. These guys really wouldn't want to push that message.
Right.
And just when we think one letter has found a resolution enough to end this game, it's a stalemate. And here we are again, once again today, ready to end that game. A sigh.
What a great way to start a story. That should start every political story in Minnesota.
It's really painful for me.
Might be one of the only things shared when you put the Minneapolis City Council and the Minneapolis mayor in one room to talk about George Floyd Square.
They put out a vision, and today 9 of you said no to that vision.
A vision not all can see.
We've already been damaged enough in our community.
9 out of 13 council members.
Councilmember Osman. Aye.
Decided to override Mayor Jacob Fry's veto he made on February 19th.
Councilmember Chavez.
You know what? There's a couple whiteys on each side. This doesn't seem to...
It's a relatively diverse group for both sides.
Yeah, both sides are pretty diverse. I mean, this guy's this is probably the most obvious vote. This one and these are the two obvious on each side.
And pauses plans for a flexible street option, allowing access for transit, emergency vehicles, and businesses.
Oh my God, that's what the city council voted to override?
Yeah, they don't want emergency vehicles to have access because, you don't want to call those damn racist cops if somebody breaks into your home or
not only that,
the fire department.
Not only that, but
EMTs.
No EMTs like on 38th in Chicago. Hello. You're going to need some fucking health workers down there from time to time.
Like I said, I really wonder if the people be like, you don't live there, I live there, where the people being like, we need access to these services because we live here.
Hey, what does this say? Oh, hold on. Let me hide.
Yeah. Hide us.
Whoops. There we go. What does this say?
Say what?
It says say his name.
Say his name.
Do you know how badly? Let me go back.
Transit,
here, hold on.
Emergency vehicles.
So it says say his name right here. If I had any balls whatsoever, I would go down to George Floyd Square, film myself singing the Joe Hendry theme song. Say his name and he appears. And then all the black people are like, yeah, sing it, white boy. And they think I'm like tributing George Floyd. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. And they're like, man, what the fuck is a Joe? What's a George Hendry? Is that what George's name was when he went to heaven? He turned into George Hendry? Hendry was a slave name.
And businesses.
We reduced George Floyd's murder to street infrastructure. Let's run buses and cars across the very place where George Floyd was killed.
Okay. Okay, do you put up a fucking tribute to every black guy who was killed by another black guy? Every kid who took a stray bullet? Do we have any tributes to them? No, life goes on. You live your life. That doesn't mean that ambulances can't come there anymore or that people can't take that route to work. A lot of people have been wildly inconvenienced over the course of the last 4 or 5 years, so you guys could have your performative social justice thing.
I have bad news for you. Thousands of people were killed or affected by 9/11, but you know what we didn't do? Block roads and emergency services after that. We cleared ground zero and restored things to the way they were before.
It's amazing.
Does keeping the square blocked allow him to be resurrected? Are we going to see the return of George Floyd at some point? Because I feel like people dying now might care about that.
Is this going to be where he comes back?
Right?
It's
where he touches back down.
And that, for me, is a signal of erasure.
The council doubling down on delaying.
Erasure? You think we're going to forget about this fucking guy? You guys burned down half the neighborhood because of him. The city had to write a $27 million check, and there's a bunch of guys in prison. I don't think we're, and not only that, inner cities across America had a rampant crime spree because everybody had to defund the police because of the George Floyd horse shit. Don't worry. There's plenty of memorials that are still being built to George Floyd. I don't think allowing commerce to return to that area is going to be as bad as you think it is.
Some of the memorials are still being put out.
Jesus.
That project in order to explore a pedestrian mall instead.
Is white supremacy working at its finest? And that, for me, was enough to come in and say, no, we'll find a different path.
To say that.
Isn't that great? That's where that guy was getting up and yelling. He's like, you don't live here. You don't live here. That guy wants to be able to drive through that area.
Yeah, I bet that guy wants to be able to drive through that area, and I bet the news edited it. And I'm also getting extremely pissed off about every time black people don't get their way, it's white supremacy.
Or every time a black person doesn't want what the black liberal person wants, they're not really black.
Yep.
Or they're just some citizens. I mean, I would say to that city councilwoman who definitely doesn't live in that neighborhood, go build a fucking shrine in your own neighborhood in the middle of the busy intersection where you live.
And by the way, how is it? I'm tired of hearing, it's white supremacy. Like, this is a diverse group, and the people behind him don't look like a whole panel of white people going, we know what's better for you.
It doesn't make sense. It ignores what the community themselves have asked for, including black community members, black business owners.
So to digest...
Right. You think black business owners want to keep closing down people's driving access to their businesses? No. So a bunch of people who live in other neighborhoods want to keep forcing this memorial on you that you don't want because it somehow shows that they're woke, or it shows that they're sufficiently left and progressive and racially progressive. Jesus. Like, city council should be the simplest form of, we serve the community. What the community wants, we make it happen for them. And even in this one, it's still my way or the highway.
Right? It's kind of effed up. How did these people get voted in?
What has happened and where a lot of this frustration is coming from. I reviewed hours of city council meetings and talked with people who live near 38th in Chicago, including council member Andrea Jenkins.
To this day, I'm still like, why am I still doing this?
Why are you?
Is that a trans woman?
Honestly, I want to know. Because that's what I thought the first time I heard. Is like, is that a dude?
Dude, I have that problem now, like where I did it last night.
Get attracted to him, and they were like, yeah.
That Deli Boys show, there was a woman, and she was very tall in the screen of the promotional part where you click on it before you hit view show. And I went, oh, God, is that a trans woman? And then we start watching the show. No, it's not a trans woman. It's just a normal woman. She doesn't even look trans. But it's just like your antenna are up. And you're like, oh, shit.
I don't know. How's your dowsing rod pointing?
How's that Utah person coming?
I love my community. I love black people. I think we deserve to have a beautiful community. I think we deserve to have a memorial that not only honors the life of George Floyd, but all the people who have been, whose lives have been cut short.
This week, Councilmember Jenkins announced she will not seek a fourth term.
The first day I got into office,
You mean we're going to lose this charismatic...
firebrand?
Yes, firebrand leader? Oh, no. What's Minneapolis going to do without such a visionary?
Wrote on my whiteboard.
White?
Create a center for racial healing.
Her decision to not run again means she will likely no longer be on city council when a decision is made.
For the broader community, we need to reopen the intersection at 38th in Chicago.
37 years.
That's how long Michael Kehoe has lived near the intersection.
Didn't see that coming. Would have thought Robbinsdale for sure, homeboy.
It's the same area where he protested for justice in 2020. Why'd you feel the need to go?
To recognize the injustice that was done en masse.
I didn't want my house
with other
burned down.
people.
Boy, did you guys back the wrong horse on this
Those
deal.
moments stuck with Michael.
This is my George Floyd pile of stuff.
What? So are they gonna report this story accurately, or is this just gonna be another fucking sob story? Wah, don't get rid of the memorial, because it sounds like most of the people who live there want this thing fucking gone, and they want business and ambulances to be able to get there again. And it sounds like a lot of the people with a political agenda want to keep it so they can virtue signal, but Fox 9 is only going to report what, I mean, they are playing the world's smallest, they played a 10-second clip of Jacob Fry, and then everything else is sad, racial justice, sad.
Remember, guys, it's the liberal media that's biased. The Fox News media is not.
No, not at all. They're the good ones, remember?
Enough to keep track of them.
I keep thinking it's going to end, and it doesn't end.
In his office, you'll find letters written to city council. He's been to over 70 meetings, and his frustration stems from data he volunteered to be a part of.
Look at that. 70% of all respondents want full transportation
access restored.
Only 26% of African Americans feel the existing memorial in the street is on sacred ground. 74% believe the memorial is not. More fucking black people want this thing opened up than the average people.
This is literally an entire story of this shouldn't be a thing. This is a city council ignoring their city, a mayor standing up for the people, and then and the news going, look at these racist assholes preventing racial justice.
And then this guy says white respondents significantly overwhelm African Americans. More must be done to engage the city's African American community. No, wait a minute. Black people are saying that they want this opened up. So this is another one of these assholes who doesn't get his way. The numbers don't say what he wants, so he's like, well, there must be something wrong with the numbers.
Well, it's because it's all racist.
Elected for the city.
70% of the respondents want the streets opened up.
Kira, the Center for Urban and Regional Affairs, partnered with the Community Co-Creation Team, or CCT, to conduct a survey about what people living near George Floyd Square think the area should look like. And it showed a majority prefers an open plan.
The Cura survey results are the community.
It is our responsibility to demonstrate leadership and make unpopular decisions.
So, in other words, when I don't get my way, we should just push through, fuck it, and do it anyway. In other words, what the people want only matters when the people want what I want. God, I hate people like this. These arrogant assholes who go, yeah, democracy, yeah, will of the people, power to the people. But then when you give the people power and they want to do something other than you, then all of a sudden you're a leader and you have to make unpopular decisions. Which one is it? Do the people deserve representation, or do you need to be a leader to tell them what's what?
When the data leads us to these decisions.
But other council members disagree, saying in this letter, George Floyd Square is not any other street in the city.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. A shitload of streets have had very tragic deaths of black people. But they didn't make it on CNN, so I guess they don't count. And actual people who were killed and weren't doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
Not people who swallowed a shitload of fent before they got arrested and then had a heart attack and died. I'm talking people who weren't doing anything wrong and got shot or stabbed or, otherwise killed. We don't have a fucking square for them, and you're fine with it. But this gives you a chance to virtue signal and talk about how progressive you are, so you want to keep this one. It's not for the community. It's for you.
Council's move is supported by community members who, for nearly 5 years, have been cultivating and reimagining the space in a way that centers ongoing calls for justice.
The people there don't want it. Take it somewhere else. Do it in your neighborhood. Do it on your street and see what happens.
So where does this leave us now? Well, for the city, it means
the motion to postpone to December 11th the consideration of the George Floyd Square pedestrian mall.
But for some of the people who live and work near George Floyd Square,
This
How
is
many
our
people actually
livelihood.
still
This
work
is our
there?
community. This is how we feed our kids. And so when you have a couple council members playing around with our lives and our community,
Literally our lives.
it means something to us.
Yeah.
Yet another.
They can't get ambulances down there. They can't drive to work. They can't get a bus to where they need to be.
Right. But hey, at least we're going to take a moment to memorialize a
George.
guy who, again, probably shouldn't be your patron saint. I'm sorry.
Delay means disappointment.
Y'all seem to talk about all this politics stuff, but the small business is getting hurt.
Reporting in Minneapolis, Simone Woolridge.
Because you got the
Oh, wait, what?
power. You got the power over some people.
Fox 9.
Yeah, I mean, he's right.
You know what the fun part is? That sign says, "Welcome to George Floyd Square," but ain't nobody going there because I'm sorry, you have to walk. And no.
There is, it shouldn't surprise you that nobody gives a shit about small businesses on that city council, though.
Oh, yeah, because that city council doesn't give a shit about that community.
Never. Honky with $1 says the irony is that bum George Floyd walked up to them in the street. They'd call the cops in a heartbeat. Yeah, but don't worry. The cops wouldn't be able to get there. Carlos Cameo with $1 says 2025 is an election year in Minneapolis, and Frey is running for a third term. That square may be one of the reasons why he loses. Well, then you're losing the last sensible man you have. I mean, I can't believe that I'm
Saying
referencing
Jacob Fry's the last sensible man.
Holy shit, I realize
Welcome to the Twilight Zone.
I just referenced Jacob Fry as the most sensible man in Minneapolis, but a lot of times he has been the most sensible man in Minneapolis. As fucking crazy as that is, he's been the dude many times. All right, guys, we had our fun. That was a great time, and we got more great stuff coming up on today's show, but what we don't have is money. 2:15 away from today's goal. It hasn't moved since the last time I rattled the cans and begged, so just do a good show and money will come in. Wrong! We do the best show out of anyone. We just don't cater to drama and pissiness and bitches. So if people don't, retards don't drop in, say this about this person. Support a good show that actually entertains you throughout the day and not one that just follows people who are capable of doing it. Throw us a few bucks. We appreciate it. There's Monica with $10 says, thanks for covering this. Oh my God, that is so nice. That's exactly
huge.
That's exactly how this is supposed to work. Hey, thank you for covering this. Thank you for talking about this. I appreciate you. I really enjoyed that story. That killed a big chunk of my day. Here's $5 or $10. Wow. Monica, thank you for being the most honest steel toe listener there is. 205 away from today's goal. We're about $100 away from our pace. We're a ways away. So let's have another rally. And let's knock this thing out. Let's do this. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. We got 10 minutes to get $100 in. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Everybody throw in your tens. We'll get that knocked out in no time. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants. People in the chat now, because I had to say, if you get rid of Jacob Fry, you're getting rid of the last sensible man in Minneapolis. Oh, God, I wish I hadn't said that.
Why? They don't agree with you? It seems like a perfectly
No,
reasonable
it's not.
thing.
They're not mad at me. They're not yelling at me. They're just saying that I'm gay for them and I'm a lib cuck for fucking Jacob Fry and everything else. What I meant by it is you got to grade things on a curve. And when it comes to Jacob Fry, compared to everybody else on that council, he seems to be the most reasonable man left.
At least in this particular situation.
I got a shitload of stickers I need to mail out. And I haven't gotten addresses. So if you're watching right now, fuck you, dude. Helgi, Lab Glass, Andrea Plus, Coltrane, Schweitz, and Dildog, I need your information. I want to send you your stickers. I've got them right there. Send them in. Let's get that taken care of. Go ahead and throw in a few bucks. But if I just read your name, send me your contact info so I can get that stuff to you. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna drain the old she monster. I'm gonna pee.
Okay.
While I'm doing that, I would like to see this goal knocked out, because while I'm going to pee, all I'm going to be thinking about is fucking dynamite show today, Aaron. You and Johnny are really kicking ass and taking names, doing a great job. But I'm also going to go, this last hour of this show is going to be me panicking about this 205 and doing a dog shit job. So reward us for how wonderful we've been. We appreciate your generosity. You've kept us on the air this long. Just keep pushing. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Johnny, take over for here. I'll be back in a minute or two.
All right. He's going to go use the restroom. If we can knock out that goal before he gets back, that would be sweet. Then we just go till 10:30. It would be awesome. We've got plenty of content left to come up in the show. I actually have the prep sheet here. I can pull up and tell you about that. Also, speaking of shows, I will be live today at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. We'll be covering how my Friday stream went and how our goal stuff is all set for a little while, and then we have our new show sponsor, just a whole bunch of fun stuff. I also have the we'll see if we have updates on my merch order that I made last week with my merch store. We'll see how that's all going. We've got a lot of stuff that we haven't even gotten to in the first hour. We just covered that one. So yeah, we still have the Minnesota budget to talk about. For those of you who care about local stuff, we'll be finding out about the Minnesota budget, which I am continually upset about. So I'm sure this will finally put that to rest. And then we've got a bunch of other stuff to talk about in the 7 a.m. hour, with more from a bunch of things going online with Hillary Crowder and a couple of other stories that I am excited to talk about, but I don't know if we're going to get to them because we have to do all the money stuff. So let's just knock it out and go straight to the stories.
All right. I also have my dryer coming in today. Finally.
Your dryer.
After
New dryer?
After 2 delays. My dryer gets to be here, and I'm excited about it. 2:05 away from today. Help us out. That's the only bummer of doing this shit, is trying to make enough to keep the goddamn business afloat. Dad Vet says the last hour is going to be a desperate one. I know. That sucks. I hate that. That really does suck for us, but it doesn't have to be. That's my whole thing. Like, we've had 4 weeks in a row now where we've hit every goal, we've raised every dime. It doesn't have to be like this, and I certainly don't want it to be like this. So throw in a few bucks. It's not going to take much. Let's do this. And again, I don't know how the audience puts up with it, because I feel repetitive. I'm bored with myself doing this part. I don't know how they do it. Let's just. We've got the audience support. We've got the money. It hits all the time. It's been doing it for 4+ years. So let's just do the fucking thing and worry about and then we just have a show to do. It'll be great. Let's talk about our friends at Stoney's. Let's talk about the people that pay up regularly, which is so appreciated, which keeps that goal down. We do everything we can to keep that goal down as low as possible. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Visit Stoney's, grab yourself a beer, grab one of their ultimate Bloody Marys. Pool, darts, that patio's going to be open anytime soon. I wonder if they wouldn't let you sit out there today, since it's going to be in the high 60s in Minnesota today. Get outside if you can. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, right there on Broadway. No more fun place to hang out. Bring a friend, make some new ones. Live music on the weekends. It's Stoney's. Tell them we sent you. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. When you need a tow, when your car breaks down, when you get in an accident, when you have a flat, when you lock your keys in your car, they can help you with all of it. And nobody's faster than All Care Towing. That's why you need them in your phone, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, trucks and wreckers big enough for heavy-duty equipment, small enough for things like motorcycles. Nobody faster, nobody better, nobody more professional than All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Midland Armory, with a great selection of what you need for sport shooting, for personal protection, home defense, and hunting. They also have knives, optics, parts, and gear, and so much more. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Here we go. Vidam with $5 says, Aaron, do you think if you would have taken a month off and worked out a deal with Gary, that you could have stayed on the radio and possibly kept all of the social media accounts under your control. Well, there was no option to take a month off. It was come back Monday with this, or it was kind of a take it or leave it kind of a deal.
It was an ultimatum setup.
Yeah.
Like, do this or do that, one or the other.
Right. And once we gave them the socials, they could have just fired us and then taken all that stuff with them. Yeah, it's, So no, that wasn't an option. Look, man, I never wanted to leave radio. That was a fucking great gig I had. I fucked it up, and now we have to be in purgatory. We have to be punished by being around, quite frankly, untalented, gross hacks that were 5 million times better than, that could have never done what we did. And just hoping that we can get back to that place at some point, because as much fun as I'm having doing the show, yeah, this money part's pathetic. Like, it's really sad. Like, it's gross that I have to do it, but that's how much I love doing my shows. I'm willing to do that, I guess. And, I don't know. Why ask? Don't ask. It just bums everybody out, and it just bums out the whole show.
Make the thing happen. We're having a great time doing the show as is.
Let's get that last $200 knocked out, and let's just stop fucking talking about it and worrying about it. What do you say? All right, let's move on to this Megan Brennan thing. I don't want to talk about money. $200 away. Let's go. Let's go to this Megan Brennan deal. She was interviewing the Homeland Security chief, Kristi Noem. I keep confusing her and Nancy Mace. Mm-hmm. And you would have thought that the media would have learned its lesson by now. You're not going to ask a Trump administration official if they feel bad about deporting illegals. Like,
they aren't going to tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah, let's just skip that part and go right to asking them real news person questions, because going to a Trump administration official, especially one that in any way deals with immigration, and going, don't you feel bad? Stop. Assume the answer is going to be no and move on to the next thing. How about that? How about just move on to a real question? And by the way, this Margaret Brennan, between these moments like this and her whole J.D. Vance interview, she's embarrassing. Like,
yeah, I didn't realize she was a thing. I don't know if she's going to be much longer at this rate.
Well, she's the host of Face the Nation. Like, she's the
right,
main...
but I mean, how long until they find a new one?
Well, I don't think they want to find a new one. She does exactly what they want her to do. That's what's kind of gross about all these anchors, is they're not doing their own personal opinion thing. They're doing the bidding of someone else. And they do it with such confidence and glee and determination that you're just like, ew, gross.
Just
like
gross.
Like none of this bothers you, does it? Like you don't mind that you're doing the bidding of the elites in this country, do you?
And they'd probably look at me and be like, well, you suck and you can't do as good a job. And he's like, yeah, but I also call me a piece of shit and I suck, but my takes are mine.
Right. Right. So this is her trying to make Kristi Noem feel guilty, as if Kristi Noem doesn't know they're deporting a shitload of people.
As if we didn't vote for Trump for this stuff.
The administration has revived this policy of detaining migrant families, parents with children, in ICE detention centers. Bush did it, Obama did it, Biden did not. Have you seen these Texas facilities?
Yeah, and look at the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Bush did it, Obama did it, Trump did it.
Did not.
Biden did not. I mean, Barack Obama was the great deporter. People forget about that. Barack Obama deported more people than any American president. It was crazy.
It's weird how we don't talk about that one.
Yeah. People talk about Trump having the most secure border ever. And oh, man, he must have just been deporting people left and right. No, the message just got out. And he enforced...
that he would lock you up.
Right. Obama didn't enforce the border as much. So they got in and then he had to kick them out. Biden just didn't kick them out. Biden didn't do that second part. He just left the border open. Trump deported enough people and then secured the border to where people just went, well, we better not even bother going then.
It's not going to work. We'll get arrested.
Facilities where children are being held with their parents. Are you comfortable with it personally?
We've got detention facilities across the country, and there's specific ones that are built specifically for families if they are detained. But remember, everybody has an option. They have an option to be here legally or illegally, and they can self-deport as well. We've set up a system and a website.
I like that. You know what else they can do? They can fuck off.
They can leave.
Yeah. They can just get out of here. You don't have to be in the detention facility. You know how you stay out of the detention facility? Don't get caught being illegal. Simple enough. If you're here illegally and you're like, oh no, Trump's going to round us up, you can ski fucking daddle right out of here. You can dance right across the border. We'll let you go.
Site where people who are here.
You can cross the border, and as you go back, you can go to the Border Patrol and be like, I just forgot something on the other side. Just don't worry. I'm just going to go. I think I left
10 minutes tops.
Yeah, I left the fridge plugged in,
Illegally
I gotta get a
right
pack
now
of smokes.
Can register and they can choose to go home on their own and keep their families united. Well, the kids do have a choice. If they have parents, they make a choice to keep their families together if they want to or not. If parents make a decision to leave their children behind, then that's a choice that they made as a family. And we need to remember that when Americans break the law and they have consequences or face a situation, they're separated from their families too. I don't believe.
You know, this is great because there is one tact Kristi Noem could take that would shut this whole thing down, and it would be the tough shit defense. But she's not even doing that. She's trying to meet Margaret Brennan where she is and explain to her why it is the way it is and how it could be different. I mean, she could just, I believe if Tom Homan were giving this interview and she went, well, kids of these illegals are being deported as well, Tom Homan would go, well, tough shit. You shouldn't be here illegally.
I don't really care, Margaret.
Yeah. Whereas, do the J.D. Vance bit. Kristi Noem is trying to be civil about this.
I believe we should prioritize people from other countries above Americans.
But when it comes to reviving the policy of separating families from their children at the border,
we're actually reviving it.
That's what I want to ask you.
President Biden didn't follow the law.
Yeah.
He didn't follow the law in the fact that it's always been equally applied until his administration. And then he made decisions to ignore federal law in how he handled immigration and enforcement within our border.
Yeah. Because Obama did that policy. Obama separated families.
Obama separated families. The whole thing happened. And again, the best point that Kristi Noem makes here is, actually two of them. One, they can self-deport. And two, if I were to get arrested or you're to get arrested, we don't get to bring our families with us.
Right.
There's no cry. Whoa, these poor criminals, they're getting separated from their children. Oh, I guess they should stop breaking the law. Well, that's weird how the illegal immigrants get that advantage. Like, oh, no, you broke the law, but we can't break you guys up. That'd be mean.
That'd be terrible. I mean, sure, you committed a crime, but can't take you away from your family. Yeah, I agree with Kloppo. Sort the audio out. They had very scratchy audio on that clip. But, yeah. What do you do? Nothing I can do about it. All right, guys, we got 50 minutes, 5-0, until I beg for $200, which is going to fail. I mean, that's not going to work. So get in there. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories, and while I do, keep this show on the air. Keep it going. We get to 0. Man, boy, that's about our break-even point. We drag a tiny little bit, just the tiniest little amount of profit out of hitting that goal. It ain't much. It ain't enough to get anybody rich. It's enough where maybe a few months of hitting, we can buy a camera or something. We run this thing so close to the margin because we know we're asking you for your money, and I don't want to ask for a dime more than I need because, like I said, this is embarrassing. This part of the show fucking sucks. The funding part of it is garbage, and I have to come to you for it. At least it's the same every day. At least we're, being very open and transparent with you. So throw a few bucks in, missing any day, because we run it so slim, we ask you for only what we need. Missing anything sucks, and it's a shitty way to start the week. But, hey, you know what the score is. Like, throw in. We'll read your shit. Anything you want to write in, attach a few bucks to it. We'll read the damn thing. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, anything you got, throw in a few dollars. We would appreciate it. We're 200 away. We have less than an hour left in today's show. I don't want it to get bad, but I will do what I need to do to make the money we need to make. I mean, this show will die with me begging. I mean, if you think it's like, oh, Aaron's still hitting the goal, but boy, it seems like he's really working for it. Well, then I'll keep going because, if we do a 4.5 hour show, the 4 hours and 20 minutes where we're not asking is more than worth it. So This show will die with me going, today's the last show. If we miss by a couple $100, blah, 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 that'll be the way it ends. I don't have any pride anymore. Believe me, the last 5 years or so have beaten that out of me. I just like doing my show and I want to do it, and I'll tell you how much it costs, and hopefully you want to throw in what it takes to keep it that way. So if you want to call me a beggar, I've never disagreed with you on that. I don't really think that's, breaking news. That's the way we fund this show, is by begging you for money. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. If I didn't think it was a show worth begging for and a show that definitely deserves the money it gets, I wouldn't be here. That's for sure. Let's see. Nothing coming in. Hey, Johnny, I'm going to hit the old refresh. Oh, wait. I was done. Then there's this one guy who every time we ask for money, he sends a show text, and he just like, I fucking hate you for doing this part. You fucking suck, blah, blah, blah. You know what I think we should do with that guy? Because he's kind of like stalkery, psychotic.
Just ignore him?
Yeah, I think we're just going to do that.
Yeah. Because, again, I don't mind anyone who's like, yeah, man, I don't care for that part. It's like, yeah, you have the most control over it, more so than we do.
For sure. Thank you, Neil, for the $15. I was about to say, I'm going to hit refresh, and guess what it's going to say? Boy, do I look like a fucking asshole now. Because Neil dropped in $15 when I hit refresh. I am a dumb guy. Thank you very much. 185 away from today. Yeah, and if you write like the same thing 17 times too, it's like I ignore you for a reason because it's just not any good. It's not funny. It's not interesting. And you go over and over and over and over, and it's like, got it. We're good. I kind of have to police your autism for you a little bit because then maybe you'll understand that you have it. 185 away from today. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Knock it out. Call it a win for the toe. And let's do this thing. 185 is the number. Klompo says, I thought Gino was your friend. What does that have to do with anything? Gino broke a big sports take for me, but dropped a big sports take. Apparently, the Seattle Seahawks are going after Sam Darnold. That coming from Seattle Seahawks insider Max Loads, Gino's brother, who is my source on that one. All right, 185 away. We're going to linger and ask you one more time. And then you'll go, Jesus Christ, with this, get on with the show. We will. Got to make our money first. 185, well, not first. We've been going for over 3 hours.
Yeah.
We've made $115. Hey, we just crossed the $100 mark after 3 hours. $185 away from today. Chip in, call it a win for the toe. Everything has been under $20 so far. I love those kind of days. Let's just get to zero. Need Trump with becoming a member for 33 months. Says, here are my dues, boss. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. Becoming a member can drive that goal down, too, if you become a new member. This was tragic / disgusting / ick / fat shaming is a good thing. A 10-year-old Michigan boy died after his obese foster mom sat on him for 5 minutes for acting up, crushing him under her 340-pound frame. A big, fat, obese foster mom lady who definitely is doing it for the check, the measly government check, had a 10-year-old that was acting up, so she fucking sat on him. I don't know if she's one of these healthy at any weight people. I don't know if she's a body positivity person. But physics does matter, and if you put a 340-pound object on a 91-pound object, you're going to start pancaking a motherfucker. It was just a stunt. He was supposed to pinch my leg if he was running short of air. With all of this sitting on people, I wonder how she got time to get her foster parents' license. No. Thank you, Need Trump, with $20 over on YouTube. There we go. There's a fan. There's a guy. Boom.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Thank you very much, Need Trump. You're the best. Thank you also to Vadam with $5. Says it sounds like if Jones not re-signed the Vikings, we'll sign Aaron Rodgers. Well, we re-signed Aaron Jones, so we don't have to worry about Aaron Rodgers. Hopefully. Hopefully Aaron Rodgers. Oh, wait, now Vadam's saying it sounds like Jones is not going to re-sign with the Vikings. But we already announced he did. Wait a minute. Running back Aaron Jones
pulling your leg to fuck with you?
Said he would like to end his career in Minnesota, and the Vikings on Sunday agreed to extend their relationship for another 2 seasons. Yeah. Aaron Jones is re-signing with the Vikings. Holy shit, that gave me a heart attack. They put Aaron Rodgers' picture on a story, and then it said Aaron, and then it says Jones, but it's got Aaron Rodgers' picture up there, so I lost it for a second. Returning to Vikings on reported 2-year, $20 million deal. I don't want Aaron Rodgers. It's the J.J. McCarthy era. It's time to turn the team over to J.J.
You don't want Aaron Rodgers?
That scared the shit out of me. A little bit. A little bit. Well, thank you,
Like
guys.
I said, they were fucking with you.
Thank you, two, for dropping in that money. Now we're 170 away from today. It doesn't take much, just a little bit at a time. Let's get that 170 down to 0. Fuck this thing. So Jennifer Wilson, the 340-pound chick, told police that young Dakota Stevens had fled from her home that morning and that he was misbehaving after she retrieved him from a neighbor's house. Now, look, I'm not saying that foster kids are ever the easiest kids to raise. I mean, they've got issues.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've got problems. So if you're going to be a foster parent, though, you can't be a big, fat, morbidly obese woman who likes to sit on people. You have to be a patient person. You have to have a certain demeanor. You can't just be someone who goes, oh, I'll take in some kids nobody wants. I'll grab a check for it, and it'll work out great for everyone. No, it's going to be a pain in the ass. And if you do it right, it's not going to be worth the money you get. You should never be a foster parent because it's a way to make money. Those are the shitty ones. You should be a foster parent because you believe in helping. You want to raise children. Maybe you couldn't have them on your own, and you want to make a difference in somebody's life. And I'm sorry, but I see a 340-pound woman who's taken in kids as a foster. I see someone, judging by their size, yes, that they lack personal responsibility, that they're going to look for the easy way, and that they will cut any corner. And
a smidge of impulse control.
Yeah, this to me, checks out. Wilson said the 91-pound boy threw himself on the front lawn outside her home, at which point she sat on him while calling his caseworker as he screamed and eventually stopped moving. Executor.
I can't believe I actually feel worse for someone today than the dog.
Than the
dog,
Hackman dog?
The Hackman dog. Like, regardless whether it was starvation, medical thing, whatever. The Hackman dog, it was like, look, it was a situation nobody could control. This one, it's literally just, nope. This kid had,
Yeah. Like, I worry that most of the people who have signed up to be foster parents shouldn't be allowed to be foster parents.
Probably.
JP on YouTube says, just started the show. I am behind a few hours. Here's to 5 straight perfect weeks, fingers crossed. And JP throws us $20. Thank you very much, buddy. Need Trump also at his 20. Let's get him written down there. Everything has been 20 and under. Thank you very much. Oh, where'd my... Come on, $20 from JP.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Someone says have Patrick Melton sit on her. No, we don't want 440 pounds. I'm serious. He's heavier than 340 pounds. This is someone lighter than Patrick Melton. in all seriousness. Chad Buzamok becoming a member for 5 months. Thank you, buddy. Says maybe you could become a foster parent and drop the goal. All right. Hey, Manish, thank you. We've got your MPV and bird flu virus track doc Badlands promo code. You don't need to put it in there 5 times. Sorry, buddy. Hobo says, Aaron, we said foster, not frosting. Fucking asshole. 150 away from today. See, 150. There we go. Keep it going.
Like a stone.
Keep it going. Let's do this thing. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. We're getting there. Ryan the Garbage Man says, are you sure it's JJ? I heard Darnold signed for 1 year, $15 million to start next year. No. Darnold did not sign a deal with the Vikings. No, sir. Today is the first day of legal tampering. It looks like the Steelers and Seattle are the top picks for Darnold. Darnold's not going to take a $15 million offer because he's going to get at least 30 from somebody else. Mussolini Diff with $5. Thank you, buddy. 145 away from today's goal. Those 20s are looking good, but those 10s will drop it down real quick, too. And those 5s. Mussolini Diff says the reason you become a foster parent is so that the stepsons can spy on the stepdaughters while they shower. I mean, I shouldn't be a foster parent.
This is the damage Pornhub has done to society.
Jesus Christ, Mussolini Diff. I mean, most disgusting chat of the day? Yes.
Yes.
Funniest chat of the day? Probably also. Halada for China. Oh, this makes it 50. This is bittersweet. Thank you very much, Halada. Holy shit. $50 over there on Rumble. Where's our 50
Thank
drop?
You. They are afraid.
It's a frightening face every goddamn time.
I know, right? You end the way he says, afraid.
Halada says, because it's my birthday, I don't want Aaron Rodgers on the Vikings, but I do want the toe to hit the goal. Hey, that's going to put us 105 away from today. And happy birthday to Halada Vagina.
See, this is why we can't take this thing back straight to radio. We got to call out Halada Vagina once in a while.
Well, no, we'll just enunciate the F.
All right.
China. By the way, there's some pervert in the YouTube chat who went, now PDF jokes are funny. That's not a PD. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with your brain? It's a stepbrother, stepsister joke.
And we also pointed out that it was,
disgusting.
But yeah. No, Jesus.
Jesus Christ, man, you're something wrong with that boy's head. That you went right to that. You know what? Could be a Melton fan. You got to forgive them. They're used to that.
Looking for him everywhere.
Saint Caesar says, hey, Aaron, did you see Lex Luger is going into the WWE Hall of Fame? I did see that, and I'm glad. But, Flexi Lexi's life turnaround is just beginning because now he's doing the DDP yoga thing.
Yeah, he's the one who's he's getting him to stand again, right?
Getting him out of the wheelchair, yeah, which is, goes without saying, is huge.
It's huge.
So Lex is going to be in the Hall of Fame. Lex is getting out of the wheelchair. DDP is a fucking miracle worker. Like, it's going to end with DDP in a mega church putting his hands on people and be like, go into down dog, bro, and you're going to get out of your fucking wheelchair. Remember to, what is it called? Not activate your muscles. I should know I do this when I go to the gym. What do you? Engage. All right, engage your glutes, bro. That's where it comes from. Dude, I am so, I do those 3-minute heavy bag rounds, and then the 1-minute rests, I do a plank.
Mm-hmm.
And when I start engaging, when I'm like, oh shit, I'm not engaging my legs and glutes. When I do engage them, I can tell how non-muscular, how much work that part of my body needs. Because the instant I engage those muscles, and you're staring down at the floor, just like a faucet turned on and just sweat just starts pouring off my face. because my body's doing everything to hold that engagement.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what that's like.
Oh, I'm kind of being an asshole, aren't I?
No, it's hilarious.
Hey, Johnny, you know when you tighten your leg muscles and your ass muscles and you work on those and you realize that they're shot to shit?
Yeah, it happens involuntarily during the show. I did it 5 minutes ago. Like, to the point where I almost want to, like, shit my pants, but I can't. You know what I mean? Like, that's just...
I just realized what a fucking asshole I was being.
Dude, no,
without
it's
trying.
hilarious, and I have zero problems with it. I find it fucking funny that you just didn't even notice. I'm like, he doesn't even know. That's the bet. Like, that's the greatest joke of the week.
I just complained
without even realizing it. Just, damn, I'm good at this.
I just complained to Johnny about how my legs aren't strong enough. I just complained to Johnny how much
you think
lower.
Yours suck? Try mine.
I just complained to Johnny about how I need lower body work.
A man who has to use a wheelchair in public. Like, yeah, you know what really sucks? When your legs aren't all there. Like, I've been missing leg day. I know the feeling. Let me tell you. And I started using my legs. Let me tell you, started sweating bullets. Yeah, dude, except for me, it's not planking. It's standing. Like, I got up this morning. Guess how? I have to get to the show 10 minutes early because walking over here, then I got to towel off. Just...
Johnny,
and I love it. Just near
Johnny, no, I don't think you understand. You wouldn't believe it. Sometimes I forget to tighten my leg muscles while I'm holding myself in a plank position. You don't understand what leg work is.
Really? Tell me more.
Don with $5 says, I want to thank you for being loud enough to drown out the alarm in my work truck. I either have a connection issue or an AIM-9 Sidewinder on my ass. Well, thank you for the $5, buddy. I appreciate that. $1.99 from Neat VT. He says, did you see Ronnie Coleman is able to walk again? Oh, the famous bodybuilder.
Good
Ronnie Coleman. That's great news. Well, guess what, Johnny?
What?
We're just an even hundo away from today's goal.
Beautiful.
All right. We had 2 rough patches there, but you guys responded to both of them. Now, let's bring it in for a landing, huh? Bring it in for that final nice little, bringing it nice down in for a landing. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you very much to everyone. So many 20s. We got so many people who are tied at $20 right now. And then, of course, Halata Fachina in first with that $50 drop. So thank you very, very much. I don't really give a shit about this Hillary Crowder post that I did this weekend.
Okay.
I don't really care. Hillary Crowder was calling out the Hodge twins for posing with Andrew Tate.
With Andrew Tate.
Basically saying the Hodge twins are not conservative. They're just a bunch of sexual degenerates who couldn't make it in comedy. So they became, quote, conservative because the conservative audience is easy to grift.
Yeah, that was one thing I was going to say. I was like, I don't know if you know comedy or not, but generally sexual degeneracy makes it fairly well in comedy. Maybe not prime time, but...
I'll say this, though. Like, I do see a lot of people getting real cozy with Andrew Tate. And it troubles me because the guy is, like, whether or not you think he's a criminal or not, which is up for debate. He's been indicted a lot of different places. But, so was Donald Trump. So, take that for what it is. But just his thoughts on women and his thoughts on families and shit like that doesn't, to me, jive with the conservative ethos.
Right.
So
I don't know if he's even real. I think he's a character.
You think he's
I don't think that... I think I don't know how much of this is really, really him and how much of it is amped up for a bit. I'm sure it's based off of him. But he was a reality TV star and everything after being a UFC fighter or whatever. And so now it's just kind of like he slowly morphed into this weird, like, he's everybody's guy. I kind of look at him like the Liver King. Like, he's this dude pushing this message, and so far we just haven't reality hasn't slapped anybody in the face and gone, look, no, that's all a bit.
How about the people who thought that the Liver King really wasn't on steroids? That'll be one of my favorite social media stories of the decade, is when the Liver King went, I have to admit, I've taken steroids. And there were people who went, I can't believe you, Liver King. I can't believe you lied to all of us. You fucking deserve it. You deserve to be lied to and manipulated and taken advantage of and have every dollar sucked out of your pocket if you thought the Liver King wasn't on steroids and you believed it. He got that way from eating raw meat and eggs. No, that's what he got fucking trichinosis from, or whatever the fuck you get from eating raw meat. Is trichinosis a meat thing or is that a vagina thing?
I have no idea.
Can't remember if trichinosis is a fucking... I'm worried I just named a pussy disease. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Get whatever you get from that shit. But I don't think that should have been a scandal at all. It should have been like, remember when Clay Aiken came out?
Mm-hmm.
And everyone went, yeah, we know. Yeah. Clay Aiken was like, I have a big announcement to make. I'm gay. And we're like, yeah, we know. What's the big announcement? And he was like, wait, you guys didn't think I was a pussy magnet? And we're like... If I was invisible. All right.
Yep.
So Liver King going, I've done steroids. Should have been a nothing. It should have not been a thing at all. I didn't know people were taking him seriously. But like all this Andrew Tate stuff, like the guy's attitude on men should be able to cheat on women and have girlfriends and shit like that. Like someone show me where that's in the conservative ethos. You know?
Right. Women should have to, like, you know, post their numbers or some shit.
Yeah. Like, show me where that's a conservative thing. And I also find Andrew Tate to be a remarkably douchey tryhard.
Yes.
Like, this
That's
guy...
why I think he's fake.
Yeah, this guy's compensating for something. You know? So...
Yeah, that's why, like I said, I think he's fake and he's selling the bit, and he's gotten enough people to buy it where they... Where, again, like, it's kind of the Amaranth situation. He's got his own simps, but the difference is his simps are a bunch of dudes going, yeah, I think the way you do, so that has to make me cool now. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah. Sam Show writes, okay, bitch, we get it. Crowder's a bitchy fag. You had your day. Move on. Maybe stop fucking gay dudes. It's another good point. You know what? The chat is on point today on some of the points they're making. But yeah, I mean, she's going after the Hodge twins because they're Crowder guys. And, you know, she's still... You take a few shots once in a while. You take a few pokes at your ex passive-aggressively. But you know what that is? Let me tell you what that is. In terms of the breakup, she's towards the tail end of the breakup now. Like, the passive-aggressive guilt by association pot shots, that's at the end. The openly hostile fucking getting after it, that you're still in the thick of it. You're in the middle. But if you're like passive aggressive, wink, wink, nudge, nudge shot, you only got a month or two left. You know?
Freedom is in sight. Hold on.
It's when you can say, it's when you can go, yeah, sure, I hope they do well. I don't give a shit. You know? That's when you know you're beyond it, you're past it. Like, yeah, I don't. Do you hope they do well? I mean, I don't hope they die. You know, like if someone were to ask me today, like, hey, what do you think of April right now? I'd be like, I don't. Like, I don't want anything bad to happen. I don't care if anything good happens. Like, I don't think about it.
We're separate ships in different oceans. May we both stay afloat. Best of luck to you.
We were, you know, partners for a while, and now we're strangers. That's the nice truth of it. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, I am Ellen DeGeneres, and I am We Know. Yeah, Ellen was another one. Where you just went, yeah, and what's the big announcement? Wild Card with $5. Thank you very much, Wild Card, and here we go. Hey, guys, double digits, and it's 9:30. $95 away. Let's wrap it up. And hit the rest. So, yeah, I agree with Sam Show. I think Hillary Crowder's still got a little bit of a problem with her husband being the big piece of shit that he is. But also, I agree with Sam Show. Like, bitch, stop fucking gay dudes, and this won't happen to you.
Right?
Like you had kids with a gay guy.
Well, that's the thing. Neither one of them could know they were gay because apparently they were both saving their celibacy for post-marriage. So if they really did that, then neither one of them really went to the field to see what games they like to play. Apparently, Crowder found out he likes the bat and the balls more.
Yeah. Do you think Crowder's one of those guys who ever said to her while they were dating, hey, if it's in the ass, it doesn't count?
Absolutely, but I don't think she realized he meant he was receiving.
Yeah, he didn't know. Like, she said, okay, fine. And then he goes, okay, here, put one leg in this hole, put one leg in this hole, and just pull that up. And then I'll bend over this table like Maggie Gyllenhaal in The Secretary.
She's like, this is how I saw this going.
Yeah. Don't worry, you'll feel empowered, I promise. Now try to situate it so that when you thrust in, it kind of like pushes back against where the clit hood area is.
Ooh, hold that thought. Microwave, potatoes done. Be right back.
I've got a potato waiting for me. I need starch before I get pegged, sweetheart. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, Johnny, where is my baked potato? Asks Crowder.
I don't even have the chat up. Damn, we're both on the same page.
By the way, Chevy fan with a good point. He goes, we're just going to move past the fact that you have a Clay Aiken song in your back pocket.
I mean, at this point, like, again, Ellen, everyone else, are we surprised? We know.
Then I could just watch you in your room if I was invisible. Then I could just tell you where I stand. I can't remember the rest. Unfortunately.
Do you have any other of his songs on hand? Isn't
that the only one he does?
I have no fucking idea.
Isn't that the only Clay Aiken song there is?
God, I hope so. I have no idea. I don't.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna.
Oh,
is that him?
No.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure that's not him.
I thought there was only one Clay Aiken song.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
I was going through Shuffle on my Amazon when the kids were in the car Friday, just looking for some songs, and You Make My Dreams Come True by Hall & Oates came on my library. And my oldest was listening to it, and she goes, and God bless, she goes, you guys are going to hate this. She goes, Dad, you like some really good music.
There's no hope for her. I am so sorry. The nature versus nurture. It's been proved that like nature can help, but nurture is a problem. And congratulations, you're nurture.
What I got, full stop. Sorry. Come on, stop it. Act like You Make My Dreams Come True isn't a fucking banger every time.
You Make My Dreams Come True?
By Hall & Oates.
I'd have to hear it.
What I Want, You Got.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a good song.
Yeah. That's one of the best songs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I like when you I've gotten like a knee jerk reaction. Speaking of how like you completely went over the hey, we're sitting here and that's how he normally is. I completely like you go. So I've been listening to this music and I go, all right, just don't listen.
Oh, you tune out. You tune out of what I listen to.
I just assumed it was lame and gay because like history has shown.
You know what else?
You know what else? Me with a zinger.
You know what else came up on my shuffle?
What's that?
That I forgot I had, and I really do like the song. But when it came up and my kids saw it, I was like, oh, fuck. And by the way, this is when I wanted to marry this. This was the time, like the era where I wanted to marry this woman, and I was like, I'll do anything. She can suck heroin out of my butthole. I don't give a shit. This came up on my...
Demi Lovato
to me, and you can criticize all you want. If you go, Aaron, what moment, what era, hottest woman ever? To me, this is my dream girl.
Demi Lovato.
27, I believe it's 2017 this song was made. 2017, 2018, Demi Lovato, after her first heroin thing. When she came back from the first drug addiction. Look, she's an addict. You're going to have to deal with some weird shit. But like, to me, this is the hottest woman of my lifetime. Is this era Demi Lovato? Just my taste. Nobody else has to agree. But Jesus, titty fucking Christ. But yeah, I not only did I think she was really hot, I downloaded a few of her songs. And sorry,
none of this surprises me.
Sorry Not Sorry is still a banger to me. So Still like that. I don't want to play anymore because I don't want to get popped for it. But
right, yeah. I'm sorry, that picture I just looked really photoshopped. So I don't know.
Fuck you, dude. Like, for real. That's my dream girl. You understand that if I could freeze 2017 Demi Lovato and just keep her, that's the hottest chick who ever lived. Like there.
Okay.
That's the hottest chick of my lifetime.
See, that doesn't look photoshopped.
That's
has a Demi Moore look too, though. So you also would like young Demi, in other words. She had a very Demi Moore look.
There's another one. Sorry, I can't hear you. I'm falling.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm falling.
The
in
blood
love.
rush to the lower extremities will affect the hearing and things.
Little bit of a Megan Fox thing though too.
Oh, absolutely. The Megan Fox thing, especially in the red with the push up there. That's definitely a Megan Fox. If we had a little bit more of a toe thumb, we would have some serious Fox. That's a very good photo. I'm not saying she is not a beautiful lady.
That's my favorite one. That's my favorite one ever. That's my favorite
I like
woman.
Fat Demi Lovato. I always thought, like, if I could get with a Demi, it would be Big Demi.
Oh, thank God. I was worried.
Yeah, no, dude. No. I like to feed them. That's what I like to do. Is I like to watch them gain weight against their will. That's why I specialize in making cheesecake. You just drop them in front of women and watch them regret while they do it.
Do you know why? Do you know why I'm not a Demi Moore guy? I can't go
she
with.
Started out with the short hair and the no tits.
No, even just all the '80s haircuts. I can't do them.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's similarities. I didn't realize we were going that far back. Oh God, the shorts don't. Now I'm hating myself for liking Demi at one point.
She kind of looks like Keanu in this one.
Just ruin all of Johnny's dreams today. Okay.
No, she's my favorite though of all time. Demi Lovato 2017 is my favorite girl of all time. I'm going to put that one down, write it. You can write that one in Sharpie, file it away. I'll never change my mind. That's the one. $1.14 from John Brown. I'm having trouble reading this because it's not written in English. Aaron's 38th birthday gift. Now, I've already had my 38th birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Boxing injury and gay sex-induced MS. P.S. Your brothers in Rotten Dick Sex Arms, the Island Boys, broke up. Did the Island Boys break up, or is it more one of them got fucking arrested?
Yeah, I thought one of them got popped, and they and do we mean broke up? Like, aren't they brothers?
Yeah, it's not like you can break up from being brothers.
Yeah.
God damn, man. Now I want to go back to 2017 in so many different ways.
Life was so much more
2018, Demi
brighter.
Lovato. God damn. God damn with that Demi Lovato. All right, guys, $95 away from today. Just a short rally away from knocking this thing out and calling it another win for the toe. Let's do that. We got 15 minutes until we rattle the cans. It's not necessary, though. Honestly, $95, get that inside of 50 at the very least, and we'll just move on nicely here on the program. Here's another story that's not Trump. Just a fucked up story out of Glen Falls, New York that the police have to figure out. Let's take a look.
Police in Warren County, New York are investigating after finding a body in a clothing donation box which was on fire.
Not exactly the best way to cover up what you're doing.
Dude, guys, you put the clothes in, not the body, all right? Just the clothes.
And the fire, if we're trying to cover it up, not the best way to keep attention off of it. That's the other thing. Like, people think you can, like, burn a body to get rid of it.
No.
Do you know what you need to do? Like, even when you cremate someone, you put them in a really hot crematorium. Their bones, like, you cremate someone, it's not ashes, it's bone fragments. The bones don't burn down all the way.
No. And the body is, like, mostly water. So I've got bad news for you about burning that thing. You're going to need an outside fuel source for a lot of it.
And, like, you're not going to get a fire as hot as a crematorium fire, as an oven. Like, you're not going to be able to create that, like, in your backyard fire pit. So burning a body, no. I don't know. You start talking about the best ways to get rid of a body, and then if you ever need a way to
It's definitely dissolving it.
Oh, the Breaking Bad way?
Well, yeah, because I mean, literally, your body is based off of like even proteins and everything rely heavily on water and everything. Plus, as a liquid, the easiest medium to disperse is a liquid because it just spreads naturally. Like you put it down a drain or whatever, nobody's going to be able to just quite find it like that. So if you could break it down into a liquid, yeah, you're good.
But here's the problem. Like, how do you pour, like if you dissolve that body in an acidic substance, how do you then pour that down the drain without the acid wearing?
You don't.
What do you do?
You gotta go again. You just you find a nice lime or calcium or some sort of base thing that you can just kind of take out the acidity and just kind of drop it somewhere where it'll disperse naturally. I don't know.
You know what I think?
This is why I don't do.
Yeah. But you know what I'm thinking? The answer here is just don't kill people.
Right? Or get a pig farm.
Even then, like that backfired big time on old Mason Verger.
Right, but he was planning a very specific situation. Like
that's true.
You just remove the toenails and the teeth for the sake of the piggy's digestion, and you let them have at it.
Oh, that's nice. You're going to be nice to the pigs.
Well, if you're going to have them, regularly eating people, it's probably a good idea.
Regularly? Jesus Christ, dude. How many people are you killing?
I don't know.
Fuck. I was talking about
if they're going to develop a taste for it, it's going to have to be something that happens more than
I'm
once.
sitting here one time, heat of passion type of thing,
Well, I'm like, if we're going to set up a pig farm, then obviously this is a situation that needs regular...
can't you just run a profitable pig farm?
No, I don't know. Oh, God. Oh, dude, why? Do you realize what you just did to me? Oh, me.
Oh, that's right, because you...
Yeah.
The meats thing.
Yeah, I'm going to hear about that later now.
You got the meats thing, a pig farm for bodies. You brought it up. I didn't even do that to you.
No, I screwed myself, and you helped. Thank you.
I mean, all I did was we were talking about disposing of bodies, and you went with pig farm. Thank you very much, Sandy, for the $10. $10 from Sandy.
Stop dipping into your ketamine stash. Put down the bomb.
Hey, boys and girls, we're just $85 away from today's goal. We got 10 minutes until we rattle the cans and try to knock it out. Why don't we take that last 10 minutes? You guys throw in a few bucks each, and we'll have this thing down to zero. All right, you want to get back to the
officers saw
the body in the clothing donation box?
Yeah.
By the way, I know we're talking about the best ways to dispose of a body. File this under one of the worst. I mean, putting a body in a bin that gets checked regularly and then setting said bin on fire is the complete opposite of how you want to dispose of a body.
Was on fire. Officers on patrol saw the bin around 2:20 yesterday morning in Glens Falls and called the fire department to put it out. That's when they found someone dead inside. Police haven't released the identity of this person, but it
was Gene Hackman. He crawled.
Dude, watch, it's a homeless person who thought I just let a small fire in here to stay warm.
Oh,
or was smoking or doing some drugs and it fell out.
That's a good point. They crawled into the donation bin to stay warm. Lit a fire in there and then killed them. Oh, okay. It's possible. Mussolini Diff with $2. Here you go, buddy. He says, Johnny, I will take 1 pound of Applewood smoked bacon. You asked for this.
I did not ask for it, but it is happening. Thank you, Mussolini Diff.
By the way, that does put
Applewood smoked bacon.
That does put Mussolini Diff in second place at $21. A fuckload of people are tied for third at 20. A lot of them. And then you got Halata Vagina in first at $50. All right, guys, keep going. We appreciate it. Let's knock out that last 85 and call it another win for the toe.
Say there will be an autopsy. Neighbors in the area say that they were shocked.
There was tape around, the tents were up, there was the guys in the white hazmat suits already there. It was a crime scene.
Was that necessary, like, for that report?
No. Not even a little.
There was no reason to talk to that lady.
Nope.
Like, everything we just saw leading up to her talking is what she said.
Yeah.
That's remarkable to me that they included that.
What's with the dude in the white suit there? Is that a hazmat suit?
That's a guy in a hazmat suit. You see this? The cops and stuff? There's cops there. And we saw yellow tape earlier. That means it's a crime scene. So, holy shit. That was the most useless news witness I've ever seen in my life.
Police say they received 2 911 calls last night, but have yet to confirm if they were related to this death.
I hope so.
Glens Falls Police is calling on the public to report any information they have relating to this incident.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think that was
Stop dipping into your ketamine stash. Put down the bomb.
Thank you. I don't think that was someone trying to dispose of a dead body. You're right. That sounds like somebody climbed in there to stay warm.
You know what? I can just smoke a cigarette or something or whatever they did, and they got a fire got going. They couldn't put it out, or they passed out because they were they were drunk or high, and they had a burning cigarette, and they passed out. It lit the clothes up. They suffocated themselves. Bam.
Or some dickhead didn't wash his clothes before he donated them, and they were full of grease. He goes to light a fire, and then all of a sudden, up it goes. All right, boys and girls, $85 away from today's goal. While we're doing this last story before we ask for money and knock out this last 85, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, let's knock it out. Let's not need that last 5 minutes. That'll negate the 2 rally begs we needed to do, which, we ended up at 0 today. That ain't, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Let's do this story. You guys contribute to the program. We'll add 30 minutes onto the motherfucker, and off we go. Since we're going with neighborhood discoveries, let's do this one. This will fill up the 5 or 6 minutes we've got before we've got to ask everybody for a couple of buckaroonies.
Well, Rogers police say 3 kids found a human skull and bones in the woods on Wednesday. According to police, the
coolest shit ever when we were kids. If we would have been biking through and there would have, like, a dead body would have been terrifying. Like, if we would have found
a skeleton.
A skeleton rules. We would have never thought it was real, first of all. We would have thought it was some kind of fake, like a prop Halloween thing. But, like, finding a body would be terrible. But if you're a little kid, like 10, 11, 12 years old, and you and your friends are biking around and you find a skull and remains, there's at least one of you that are like, oh, dude, cool. Look what we found.
And then Aaron goes up and goes, now you see by the dimple here.
We're going to call this one Old Ben. You see, these 3 dimples show that he's obedient and that he's an African-American man. And the cops are there, and they're like, son, what are you doing? And he's like, you need to hear this, too. This is going to help you.
remains were found between 7th Street and the Rail Yard Loop Trail. This area...
You know what? You know what makes me happy about this story?
What's that?
It shows me that kids are still going out riding their bikes around.
The story after this is how the parents were scolded for their children being unsupervised.
Now, see, that would suck. But no, so far, so good. I love that there's kids still out riding their bikes, you know, cruising around, finding a dead body or 2, finding some skulls, some skeletons.
Those were the days.
Oh, my God. Nothing better than riding around the open space back in the trails behind our neighborhood. And then you'd
finding a corpse.
Yeah, just some hooker who got a little fresh and, you know, her face is half eaten by bowflies and stuff, you know.
So graphic.
The good old days. Then you'd be like, all right, well, we didn't have cell phones then, so it's not like you're calling the police. When we get to the quick stop to buy our Airheads and Dr. Peppers, we'll tell somebody there.
Yeah, and then on the way back, we got to stop for a stick. I'm going to poke it later.
See if it's still moving, right?
Right. Make sure she's not, like, alive.
Put it in a funny pose.
Right?
Know? Tell
She's giving a thumbs up.
Then you get home, you tell your parents what you found, and they go, go wash your hands. You don't touch dead bodies. What are you doing? Stop it.
It's between
I put
highways.
a Mentos in her hand. It's the fresh maker.
Trail. This area is between highways 71 and 265. Police say they quickly secured the scene so investigators could start looking the next morning. Police say the remains were likely very old as only bones were left. Investigators are working to find out how and when the person died.
It is said they were donating clothes into a nearby donation box when they had all kinds of problems. I just, yeah, I don't know. To me, I know this story is supposed to be a negative. I know it's supposed to be a bad thing, but
you're just like, at least the kids are getting out, getting into shit.
Kids are riding around with their bikes. They're getting into trouble. They're, and well, also think about it. If those kids weren't out running around, we would have never known this person died.
Right.
Their loved ones never could have given a funeral. So
it's a good thing.
It's a lot to think about here. You know what I want to do for overtime?
What's that?
The rapper Trick went on a show. So this former New York Times journalist has a podcast, and he decided to invite Trick onto his show. And when he brought this old school, like back in the day, black rapper onto this show hosted by a New York Times reporter, he decided to talk to him about trans people's bathrooms and Ukraine.
Oh, boy.
Again, I want to set the stage for what overtime is going to look like for the first 10, 15 minutes or so. And not just any black rapper, an old school black rapper talks to a guilty white New York Times former journalist about trans bathrooms. Guys, if you weren't a Trick fan,
you're about to be.
You're going to be a Trick fan. There's a couple of clips here, about 2 minutes and 14 seconds worth, where this douchey, literally glasses on his forehead liberal asshole is going to talk to the black rapper about whether, and he's going to be surprised that the black rapper isn't on the liberal progressive guy's side on the trans bathrooms issue. And you're going to probably hurry out and download a shitload of Trick today, is what you're going to do. We also have Elon Musk wanting to get rid of Amtrak and the Postal Service. Well, privatize them, that is. We've also got one MSNBC commentator saying that Zelensky is more American than the rest of us. Just interesting. Tupac's unreleased music is up for sale. And Cheeto Vera stops a knife-wielding man who approached him to try and rob him in California. It did not go well. Apparently, the man did not know he was dicking with Marlon Cheeto Vera. Let's go ahead and rattle the cans and see if we can't knock out this last $85 so we can get ourselves to overtime here on Steel Toe. 5.5 minutes left to go. Let's rally, boys and girls. 5, 10, 15, 20 at a time. We're trying to knock $85 off the total. Call it another win for the Toe. Have a perfect start to the week. We did miss last Monday, and then Nick the Milkman came by in the afternoon and knocked it out to keep our week perfect. Let's avoid that today. $85 away. You guys answered the call. When it was about 8 o'clock and we fell behind again, you guys had two monstrous rallies, and it really got this thing down. So let's do it. 5 minutes to go. Let's rally up. We need everybody. $85 is very, very doable. Let's go ahead at the very least, get it under 50 so we can do that 30 minutes of overtime, knock out today's goal, and keep Steel Toe on the right track. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships, which are always welcome. Gifted subscriptions on Rumble, which are always welcome. Let's hit $85 and get ourselves that big Monday win, which is, it really helps us start our week. No doubt. It's going to be a big week today, too. I got the dryer coming today. I'm pumped about that. We knock out the goal to start the week. It's going to be an awesome Monday. We got the evening show coming at 6. Johnny's going to be on at 1. All of these central times, of course. But we need to rally up. We need to get this thing moving. 4 minutes left. We've got nothing. $85 should be an easy one to hit. So let's rally up and knock it out. Be the rally that we need you to start. $85 away. It's a win for the Toe. That's what we need. So let's get going. Let's do it like we used to do in baseball. Now, kid. Big shots now, kid. Big rip. Throwing in a couple. Here we go. Be the first one. Let's do this thing. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Let's spam the chat because it's not going well. First bit of the rally here, not going well. $85 away. These rallies used to be our bread and butter. We used to be 130, 140, 150 away, and we'd bang them out, no problem. It is troubling to me that these rallies aren't going like they used to. $85 I'm feeling pretty good about, but as every minute ticks by, I'm not feeling so good. 3 minutes away. We're at the 3-minute mark, guys. Let's get going.
Come on, let's do it.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, Venmo. We need everybody for 85. One person ain't going to do it. We need y'all. If you like Steel Toe, I mean, this 4 hours cruised by. There's nobody who does a better show than this. There's nobody who does as good of a show. Killing time. Show your appreciation. Throw in a few bucks. There's Thermodyne with $10. Thank you very much, buddy. $80 away. On the 75 side of 80. Let's do it. Let's go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. There's 10 from Thermodyne.
Stop dipping into your ketamine stash. Put down the bomb.
All right, about 2 minutes away. Come on, boys and girls. We need you. We've got Thermodyne throwing in the 10. We're about 80 away. Let's go. Let's go. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. There's $2 from Mussolini Diff. Says this is for Johnny's foster kid fight club funds. Ooh, I like that one. I like that. Foster kid fight club. That could be kind of a fun one. That's going to put us at an even 75. Thank you very much. Guys, we got to get 25 down to just extend for a half hour to see if we can knock it out. Let's get moving. Let's put the wheels in motion to getting another win for the toe. Perhaps if you spoke German during the rally, one person writes.
I don't know if that'll go over as well.
Minute and a half left, guys. $75 away. Minute and a half. Show your support for the show. This is the number we need to hit. That's about our break-even point for the old toe is the goal. And we will throw another 30 minutes onto the total if you do that. $5, says Andrea Plus. I missed some. Did you talk about that ghetto runner saying it was an accident when she beat the other runner over the head with the baton? No, but I have that for tonight. Tonight, I have that one. $70 away. Andrea Plus, I need your address. Email it to aaronimholtradio@gmail.com so I can send you your stickers. All right, guys, we got 1 minute left. $70 away. Let's go. We need to get inside of 50 just to keep the show on the air, just to go for overtime. We came into this rally at 85 away. We should be able to knock this out. Throw us a few bucks. Let's get this thing hammered out. Let's call it another win for the toe. And let's have a good start to the week because we've had 4 perfect weeks in a row. And I want to see that continue. 20 seconds left. Come on, guys. Let's at least get it under 50. I mean, this is bad. This isn't good. This is a bad omen for the show in general. I really thought we had it under control. All right, let's do the final 10 seconds, and then hopefully you guys feel some pity. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I gotta stop going into those last 5 minutes with expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Carlos Cameo says, can we get an extension? We'll clear it during overtime. I mean, why does it shouldn't get to that. Like, it shouldn't get to that. It's an incredible show. It's really fucking good. It should make more money than it does. It's a disconnect between the quality and the contribution. That's for sure. But what are you going to do? There's Ryobi with $20. He says, sigh. That's a pity donation. That's a pity dono. Puts us at 55. If someone wants to throw in 10 before we get the fuck out of here, we can extend this and by the skin of our teeth barely stay alive again, which is for the morning show, not for the evening show, but for the morning show, kind of becoming a vibe at this point. I'm going to start to say goodbye. Johnny's going to start to plug his show. I hope you feel like throwing $10 in so we can keep on the air a little bit longer to get to 0. I don't know what else to do, man. I throw everything I got into every show, I promise you. Johnny, when are you on today?
I'm going to be on today at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time on Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. So we'll be live at 1.
Well, maybe we'll throw up another post on the old Toe Boys. I hate doing that because then we clearly didn't earn it. But hopefully enough pity is taken that we can knock it out. God, really, I would have thought that, being $5 away from just getting under the 50 mark, somebody would have thrown in before we left.
Right.
Every time.
Nothing.
Every time. It just, it hurts every time.
It does.
It stings every time. And I really don't like missing on Mondays, so now I'm in that emotional spot where I go, maybe I should just fucking keep going. And just, Well, there's Mussolini Dip with $5. He says, does this count for something? Absolutely. Absolutely, it counts for something.
That'll push us over the line.
And also Rebecca with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you.
So yes,
Stop dipping into your ketamine stash. Put down the bomb.
Also puts Rebecca, I believe, at 20 for today. So she's in the top 4.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. So that's going to put us at 45. So we will keep going. I appreciate that. Drinks a lot of bourbon, gifting 5 memberships. Thank you guys very much. See, now we're 25 away. Guys, treat the last 5 this way. And then I wouldn't. They always got to make me look as pathetic as possible before we get there. That's a bummer. Because then when I go back to doing a really good show, I go, man, I'm the shit. Then I check donations and I'm like, God, I'm fucking garbage. Then I'm like, all right, I guess we fucked up today. I guess we didn't hit. Then I'm like, oh, shit, I'm good again. It really is a trying time being a whore. I get sex workers. I understand it. I empathize. Thank you, Drinks a Lot of Bourbon. All right, guys, we're $25 away. Knock out
another 30 in the show.
Yeah, knock out the rest of it. Let's call it a win. Let's quit fucking around and let's just hammer out the last 25 and get a win. So now we get to do this trick thing after I debased myself for 10 minutes. That was about a 10-minute, a 9-minute beg session to keep the show on the air. Go ahead and knock out the last 25. $5 at a time is fine. 1 or 2 at a time is fine. See if we can get 25. And I mean, look, am I going to brag like it was a perfect Monday and we fucking nailed it? Yeah. Deep down, am I like, yeah, I mean, the trend is definitely that this show's not doing what it used to. Yeah, both. I'm going to do both. I'm going to fake it till I make it, essentially. All right, this is going to be great. So this Charlie LaDuff guy is talking to Trick. Now, this is a great example of how, like, liberals totally don't get black people. Like, really progressive liberals do not understand black people.
Nope.
And in this particular clip, we have, Andrea with $2 says, I'm buying a shirt today. That counts? ? Yeah, it does. But I will say this. I need people to check on their orders because a lot of those orders are still printing and I don't know what to do with this spring shit. They haven't paid out yet. They're still printing. Like everybody's order is mine included that I'm ordering for VIPs still stuck on printing. I'm waiting for it to get past that printing stage so I can give the current VIPs their one free piece of merch they get every year.
Yeah.
I can't do that until spring fucking moves forward. And I should use somebody else, but like restarting a whole new store sounds like a pain in the ass. Thank you very much for the $2. 25 away from today. Let's get to the Charlie LaDuff, his program, his podcast that he does. He brought Trick on, and he thought it would be a good idea to ask an old school black guy about trans bathroom issues.
I don't support money going anywhere until home is taken care of. You don't drive a $500,000 car and your house only worth $100,000. You know what I mean? And it ain't paid for. It's just common sense. It's like, take care of home first. Why are we financing a war in another country over some NATO shit? And we still got homeless veterans in America.
Now, I love when a black person does this rather than like some white rural guy, because white rural guy, they'll just go, you racist, conservative asshole. You don't understand. You stupid dick. You know, they can be mean and nasty and shitty to him. Can't do that to black people because you've talked about how nice we have to be to black people and, how intolerant the right is and this and that. So watching a liberal have to nod and smile while a black guy basically speaks truth to them is one of my favorite things.
You know, we still got homeless people. We still have bad water pipes. We still got a million other issues that need to be solved right here in America. We got niggas walking in the bathroom behind women and hey, how do you think? First of all, I'm not even comfortable yet with the first part of that.
Right?
I'm still working on that. And then you throw the trans thing in there.
Just came in hot and heavy with so many.
Trick goes, we still got is walking in the bathroom. I'm like, what? Where? Behind women. Oh, this is a trans. Okay, so you and I are on the same page. Okay, I worried. I mean, I'm still going to go into the bathroom now with my wallet in my front pocket, but thank you for you.
It was perfectly damn legal. We got men beating the shit out of women in women's sports, and it was perfectly legal. We got transgenders or transistors or whatever the fuck they are coming in schools talking to children. What the fuck is you doing talking to these babies about what?
Have you ever heard a liberal more quiet while someone's trashing trans shit?
No.
Never. I've never heard it this quiet. And this is the power of phony liberalness and them not being able to be honest and real and truthful because they are treating black people different than they treat white people. That shit's phony and people can smell it.
How the fuck did we get here? At this point, America, we got a damn problem. And clearly we can see now what it is. All the money and resources that needed for America is being sent everywhere else.
Tara, let me ask you then. I did back of the envelope calculation for about $5 billion. The 40,000 homeless vets in this country, we could, with the land, we could build them a nice double wide trailer for $5 billion. What is the value? You're in Ukraine. What is the value of the Ukraine becoming a constant ward of the United States? Tell us why.
I appreciate the question. I'm a little bit thrown back by all the extreme transphobia.
So this show clearly is not used to a guy like Trick. They apparently do not have Trick type guys on very often on this show because even the black guy, that's the first time, by the way, I've seen a black man talk that way.
Yeah.
I've never seen a black man go, I'm turned off by the extreme transphobia and that's going on in front of me right now. I never really hear that. But like this guy's like, all right, I'm going to try my best to talk about funding the veterans and then relate it to Ukraine because I have two guests who drastically disagree with one another. And I've seen what happens when a white guy gets in the middle of two black guys fighting.
My job.
I don't give a fuck about all that, cuz. He asked you a question about something else. You ain't got to come back and what just said.
Well, I find it pretty interesting that you talk about.
You just got asked a question and you still talking to me, bro. I answer my question to him. You just asked. Talk to Charlie, bro.
I get a right to respond to you. That I'm just.
You don't got. I ain't asked you a thing. You ain't got to respond to me. Talk to Charlie.
Look at this panel, and none of these people are equipped to deal with Trick.
None of them. Charlie himself is just like, I don't want to get involved in this. I didn't realize I was going to be ending my career today. Come on, please don't let this be how it's
You got
over.
this woman who's sipping her little chai latte next to her puppy photo. You got this guy who's in Ukraine crying about transphobia. And you're like, Trick going, shut the fuck up and answer his question, bitch. It's like, excuse me, but I was on NPR before this and we were having a subtle debate and I don't understand all the yelling. Man, motherfucker, what that shit got to do with me? Shut the fuck up and answer his question. I want...
Stop dipping into your ketamine stash.
Works.
Put down the bomb.
I now want Trick on every show.
Just to mediate the flow of the program. When someone pulls bullshit, no, don't answer. Don't talk to them. They asked you a question. Talk to Joy Behar. Like, just fucking whatever it is.
Oh, speaking of Joy Behar, did you see the news for today?
No.
I saw it, and we're going to have clips on the evening show.
I'm going to have to talk about it today, then.
Dylan Mulvaney is the guest on The View.
Oh, boy.
They're going to just suck up to her, him, he, they, them.
They, them, yeah.
They are going to kiss ass. They're going to act. You know what the funniest part is? They're just going to act like all of it's totally normal.
Mm-hmm.
Like Dylan Mulvaney's going to talk like they're a normal person, doing normal people shit. Tell me how Dylan Mulvaney is qualified to give a take about anything. That's what I don't get. Like, they're like, we're going to have Dylan Mulvaney on. To discuss what?
What it's like to be one of the oppressed trans people, I'm guessing.
I guess, but like, you going to talk to her about Ukraine? What expertise does she have? You going to talk to her about geopolitics? What experience does she have? No, they came out as a very famous trans person, so now we're going to talk to them talk to them about a bunch of shit as though they're qualified. It's so silly to me. Guys, we are still $25 away from today's goal. I don't want to stop the show in 12 minutes to see if we can hammer that out again. So go ahead and throw in a few bucks. Won't take much. It's just 25. Let's get it hammered out and call it another win for the toe. And we can be done with all this money shit, and we can get off to a perfect start this week. Believe it or not, that difference, I know the 25, we're in that territory of, if we hit it or we miss, it's not going to, be like a big thing, like 200 would be, 25 wouldn't. But it's just mentally, psychologically for me, it's a huge difference psychologically. The rest of my day, great, awesome, wonderful. We missed by 25. It's an ego shot. And I think we've done a good enough show and really leaned in for you enough to earn that last 25. So if you feel like chipping in, please do. If you don't feel like chipping in, let me guilt you into it and throw in a few bucks so we can hit that 25 and not have to beg again. That would be good. Some people are saying that this Marlon Cheeto Vera video has been staged. That it never actually that it was put on for clicks, for views. Apparently, the UFC fighter pulled a shotgun on a knife-wielding man and then posted it online. As soon as it went up, the tweet's not showing. Uh-oh. Tweet's not showing up. What happened? I mean, we'll find it elsewhere. It's not a big deal, but oh boy. Did they delete it? You know what? If they did delete the tweet, I think that would go a long way towards proving that it's not real.
If you're putting up a fake video and people are calling you out on it, you might take it down right away.
You might take it down. Oh, hold on. I think Twitter itself is down.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Twitter's out. Here, let's see. Does this work? Yeah. This works.
They killed the bird. Nope.
This works. But if I go twitter.com, well, shit. Yeah, I've got a Twitter link open right now, and I just hit refresh. Spinning wheel of death. Wow. So we get to be on air when there's an X outage. I wonder, like, it could be something innocent, like, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. But you have to wonder if it's not, considering the number of arsons and crimes that have happened at Tesla charging stations and stores and shit.
Yeah, somebody set a charging station on fire somewhere, and now I guess there's all kinds of protests at dealerships, and there's
vandalism of them and stuff.
Yeah, vandalism.
Somebody's car got vandalized.
Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff happening, and yeah, it does. I'm reading right now. It does seem like Twitter is down. Well, shit. So we can't show you the Marlon Cheeto Vera thing. So apparently, an alleged California thief brought a knife to stick people up, and he ran into Cheeto Vera, who pulled a shotgun on him, and that kind of turned the tables on the whole armed robbery thing. So people are saying, though, that because he starts cleaning, or he's working on his truck when this whole thing happens, but that his hands are totally clean and that he's barefoot, and he wouldn't be barefoot if he was really working on his car. And then that the shotgun is sitting right there. So people are starting to put some things together saying that maybe this was staged and that he wanted
I could see it. What was he? Did he say he was working on his car? What was he doing? Because, yeah, if his hands are clean, you can't be doing too much. And I don't know, as far as the barefoot thing, I can justify that like this. Like, when I grew up in the country, and I actually never used to wear shoes when I was a kid. So, like, I used to walk on gravel barefoot and stuff. So if I was used to that, like, I wouldn't mind, working on my car. I wouldn't mind doing it barefoot.
Yeah, and they're saying his house was robbed at one point, so he might carry a shotgun with him, but I don't know.
There's a lot of there's a lot of smoke here. Let's see if there's a fire.
Yeah. Hey, I saw that our boy, speaking of the UFC, I saw that our boy Bryce Mitchell was at a UFC press conference, so I don't know if he was on that card from this weekend. Bryce Mitchell, press conference, Gene Silva, UFC 314. Oh, it was a press conference for their next one. Okay. So this weekend they had UFC 313. The next one will be 314, and Bryce Mitchell is fighting on that one. And he's not in the main event, but I feel like a lot of people are going to be buying that card for him.
Well, they're going to want to see how he performs after all of the attention he's garnered.
Because he's done the Hitler thing, so he's done the Hitler deal, and he's also done what was the flat Earth thing.
Yeah,
you got a lot of people who want to see him get the shit kicked out of him. Few people who probably want him to do well. Honestly, it's funny to watch you'll have to watch the Nazi people who like him have to be like, yeah, that flat Earth shit is crazy, but I support him on this, and then the flat Earth people will be like, yeah, that Nazi shit is crazy, but I support him on this. It's just going to be a weird cross section.
Oh, so that's your bridge, huh? Just too far.
Yeah, yeah. Which Bryce Mitchell comment was where you had to break from him? I don't know how much of a what do you call it? A cross section there is of Nazis and flat earthers. Because I feel like you have to be relatively open-minded to be a flat earther.
Well, I mean, I will say this. It might not be a popular take, but you have to be kind of open-minded to think, look, maybe Hitler was a good dude before the meth.
That you know what? You're right. They both take a certain level. Like, to be a Nazi or a Hitler supporter, you have to open your mind before closing it.
Right.
Like, it's a weird kind of Venus flytrap thing you have to do.
You have to accept possibilities.
Yeah, and then you got to shut your world down a little bit.
And the truth is they lied to you because they were Jews. Like, oh, damn it.
Maybe that's it. Maybe you're a Nazi who becomes a flat earther because you think the Jews tried to convince you of the round earth. That could be it. We also have good news on the wall front today. Apparently, the border wall is back to being built. It was reported that the project will replace 6-foot guardrails with 18-foot panels. They are designed to provide impedance and denial capabilities to illegal aliens crossing the border from Mexico into Texas. These panels were originally planned for installation during the prior Trump administration, but the contracts were canceled by the Biden administration. The panels going in this week will replace the 6-foot guardrails and provide denial capabilities in support of the president's recent executive orders. You know, it's amazing how much Trump gets done on the border without even building a wall.
Right. Just the message that he's back and he's going to do stuff about it had a significant effect.
Yeah. MSO telling me that you were wasted near the end of your show Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get pretty...
Well, yeah, it was a celebration stream to earn revenue. We did great.
Drinking or drugs?
Drinking.
It was a drinking fucked up.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they seem entertained by it. They wanted to bring it up to me today.
Apparently.
I'm literally doing this because we have 4 minutes before we have to beg for money again. And it's fucking embarrassing. We're $25 away. We've made nothing in this extra overtime period. So I'm just like, I've done 30 minutes of overtime for $0. So if you guys want to throw in, let's knock out that last 25. That would be fucking nice. Please. Thank you. Got more stories we can do, but right now I'm just kind of focused on that 25 number not moving. God, we fucking suck. This person writes, look up the new Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Trudeau is out, former head of basically the Canadian Federal Reserve. Oh, great. I'm sure things are going to change.
That'll be great.
Yeah, Canada Prime Minister. Mark Carney to be next Prime Minister. What to know about Mark Carney, Canada's next Prime Minister? In his victory speech, he referenced the turmoil created by U.S. tariffs, saying these are dark days brought on by a country we can no longer trust. Well, it doesn't look like that relationship's getting any better. America is not Canada, and Canada never, ever will be part of America in any way, shape, or form. Well, that I hope we can agree on. We didn't ask for this fight, but Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves. Ooh, a hockey reference. This guy's Canadian. Carney will serve as prime minister for the duration of the party's ruling term. An election is scheduled to take place by October 20th, so he can maybe become... But the new prime minister could trigger a contest sooner. Well, if he's part of Trudeau's party, I don't think he wants to have an election anytime soon, does he?
I don't know. The weird thing is, like, they don't pick their prime minister. Like, the people don't. It's the parties that do. It's this weird system.
The voters pick the ruling party, and then the party picks their leader.
Picks the prime. Yeah.
Basically, the prime minister is the Speaker of the House here in America.
Okay.
That's basically how it works. MSO says it was all in good fun, Johnny. You did good.
Yeah.
There you go.
It was a great stream. I apparently was so effed up that I turned it off and then tried to turn it back on because I didn't think I said goodbye. And then I didn't turn it back on. So.
Wow. This person says Carney is a friend of Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yep. I heard that rumor too.
Oh, speaking of which, are you surprised we didn't see any Epstein shit this weekend?
Not even a little.
Me neither. Me neither. Not even a little bit. We didn't see any Epstein shit because of course we didn't. Kitten Cox with $4.99 says doing my part. Thank you, Kitten Cox. Jesus Christ, can we get $20 in here to call it a win? Fucking hell. Let's get $20 in here and call it a win and get out of here with a victory. I mean, no dignity, but a victory. I'll take a victory over dignity. You can't do this and have any dignity left anymore. I'd rather make money doing a show this way than doing a fucking drama show where I'm an old man talking about other men. Mussolini Diff with $2 says you can't have an election during a trade war. Yeah, what are they, a bunch of Ukrainians? All right, guys, we got 5 minutes left. In that 5 minutes, please get us $20 so we can say that we won today. And we had a good show, and it worked out and everything else. Thank you, Mussolini Diff, by the way. That puts him at $28 for today.
He is creeping in on that lead still.
Yeah, which I believe puts him, in second place. So thank you very much. 20 away. Let's go. We got 5 minutes left. I didn't want to spend the last 5 minutes doing this, so just throw in 20 and let's do... I want to talk to Johnny about his Fucked Up Friday show, and I'd like to play a little clip of it. Can we please make the last $20 that we need and call this a win for the toe?
So we can shit on him quick.
Yeah, let's. I want to shit on Johnny's drunk, fucked up show.
I'll be honest. I haven't even rewatched it. I haven't been able to bring myself to do it.
I'm just gonna jump to a random spot. That's all I'm gonna do.
That's bad.
Friday fun day.
Support.
I'm not playing this right now. We're gonna make that last $20. Because fucking hell. I always feel like a fool when we do the last 30. Ryobi with another 20. Now, we take 15 of that, but really, honestly, at this point, I'm willing to just eat the 5 and call it a win for the toe. Thank you. And Ryobi, you are on the board with your 40. You're now in second place, my man. Thank you very much. If someone wants to throw in a $5 drop for posterity, fine, but I'm counting that. Win for the toe. Enough. Thank you.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
That's a win. Started out perfect with a win on Monday. Good. Let's be done with it. Enough. If you want to throw in a 5 for technicality reasons, great. But otherwise, I'm a little embarrassed of myself today. Jesus.
You won't be for long.
What? Oh, yeah, here. Let's jump to... Well, this is only 11... Your stream was 11 seconds long.
What is this, the second one?
Oh, thank God. Okay, here we go. Whew. I was
gonna
worried.
say, dude, what the
Did
hell?
you get so fucked up that you accidentally hit go live again?
Yeah, second time.
All right, let's go to. Oh, Digger was on with you?
She was keeping, like, she was the one who was taking down information and everything because I was, again, being, it was a support, it's fund day. So we earn as much as we can to get the thing settled for the month, and we just do a show the rest of the time. And so we got that going in. People got me effed up, and she was there to keep track of the numbers and stuff. So that way we had, like, a legit coherent person.
Okay.
She was the adult.
All right, let's take a look.
Anyway, and then people are like, hey, I'm going to pay you a bunch.
Sorry.
No,
Wild's
it's cool.
getting cute and mean at the same time. How
what's
drunk
Wild
are you,
saying?
Johnny? Spell Alucard, please.
Oh, right. Let's,
Holy shit, dude. You're barely verbal, and you've got an hour left.
Right? I am amazing.
Holy. No, that's not what I meant. Jesus Christ, dude.
Let's get to this bit. Former
Let's
active duty.
get to this bit.
Why is this thing?
Can we go back? I want to listen to that again, and maybe like when we're not getting to the point on a story, we can have a drop. Victor, let's get that as a drop and play it.
Oh, right. Let's get to this bit. Former active duty. Why is this thing loading on a full page?
Oh, no. Yeah. When you're this fucked up, just read the chat. Like, don't even bother with stories. It's over. You're not going to be able to focus well enough.
Yeah, they got me to do karaoke and shit. I don't know. It got crazy.
Do you want to know why more and more people are switching to freeway?
No, I don't.
Hi.
You're playing an ad.
Two, because they're... Dude, I can't fucking control myself well enough for this. Yeah, I couldn't click the mute button on the ad. My cursor kept drifting.
No obligation quotes.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. I can't turn off the thing where people are going to clip this and be like, hey, this dude's effed up.
No, we would never do anything
Where would you
like
get that idea?
We would never do anything like that. That would be horrific for us to do.
I was like, yeah, dude, he is. Fuck.
An active duty.
Jesus Christ, I can't click this thing to save my life.
Repeatedly selling sensitive military and national defense secrets to
I think I get it right. Oh my God, what is the problem here?
You're not even listening to the story at this point. You're just...
But I'm afraid I've got.
That was strangely fitting.
Yeah. Just kidding, LLC. $2 from Trucker 18-wheeler. All right, we knocked it out today. We did it. Thank goodness gracious.
Thank
Trucker
you so
18-wheeler says Canadians complain about the 25% tariffs, but they have 200 to 300% on dairy and poultry products. Well, I think if you're Canada, it's easy to point at the big bad bully America and say they're the bad guy. Look, they're pushing us around. Like, forget the tariffs that we have on us. Look, man, I hate the tariffs. I hate this little trade war we got going on. I think it's shit, but I don't think Canada can really plead innocence, you know? Go to Just Kidding LLC. Oh, that's right. I saw a little bit of you singing Seal.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's right. Hey, if someone throws $20 in right now before I leave, we'll play to play us out. We'll play Johnny singing Seal. I'll give you guys a minute or two to get together and see if you want to throw in $20, and we'll play Johnny doing Seal to play us out. Otherwise, I'll do a wrap up. And then we'll just be done with the show. But if you want to watch Johnny sing Seal, I want to find it here. Where is it?
God, no.
Where is it?
I hate this. Oh, why?
If I find it, by the time I find it, if someone gives us $20, I'll do it to play us out. Or 10.
I'm really hoping this.
10 or 20, between 10 and $20. Oh, there you did my Orson Welles bit. I love that.
The French.
I don't see. Is there a, like, do the lyrics come up at any point?
No, I have no fucking idea.
Okay, at what point in the stream is it?
I don't even remember that part. That's the thing. They're like, yeah, we actually got you to do karaoke. It's like, I was putting it off as long as I could, hoping I never did, but apparently I did.
All right. Between 10 and $20 comes in before I wrap up. Great. If it doesn't, we'll just leave. But if 10 or 20 bucks comes in before the end of this little goodbye, then I will go ahead and play the Johnny karaoke to play us out. Did you do the whole song?
I have. Again, you're asking the wrong person.
Holy shit, you must have been fucked up. So it must have been towards the end.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Johnny is going to be back at 1 o'clock on Just Kidding LLC. So go ahead and subscribe to that channel and go check that out. We will be back at 6 o'clock Central Time this evening for the Steel Toe Evening Show. And hopefully we can knock out tonight as well and call it a perfect start to the week for the Toe. All right, guys, take it easy. We barely hit today's goal, but we hit it. Thank you so much for making us work for it, and we will talk to you again very soon.